Welcome, all you various orky folk. This is episode 97 of the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. My name is Dan, and it's that bit at the beginning of the show where I introduce my good buddy Phil. How's it going, Philip?
Oh, I'm very good, thank you. How are you, Dan?
I could see you kind of, pondering your response to your introduction. I was so hopeful that you would do some kind of abysmal orky wah or something.
Well, it crossed my mind.
I could tell. I could
was
see
like,
it rattling through your brain.
Maybe I'll save that for later.
Yeah. Have you ever, Phil, in your years of gaming, found yourself across the table from one of those orky players who insists upon making a big to-do about a wah?
Do you know what? I can't remember if I've played someone who's done it. I probably have, but I've definitely heard it in the gaming halls of Warhammer World, and I just have a little sigh, and I'm like, okay.
I mean, is it one of those things, Phil, where you're like, I mean, I'm bad. Like, I'm a nerd, but you, mate, I mean, what's going on there? Is that what you're kind of trying to get across?
I mean, each to their own. If you're an orc player who wants to shout out a great war, enjoy yourself. But yeah, it just comes across as a bit weird.
I think it's usually
can't help it.
First game of the day, it sort of has a weird kind of vibe to it, doesn't it? There was this one lad who I played who did it, and he had this really strange harmonic to his wah. Like it kind of had this kind of beautiful humming resonance to it.
Do you think it's from a choir or something?
It could have been, but it's sort of weird. It kind of reminded me of the scene in the film Labyrinth where the monster, I forget the name of, but he's the big monster that summons rocks, is crying out to summon rocks to his aid. Do you know anything about Labyrinth or the reference to that character?
For a change, I do.
There you go. Do you know what he was called? It's Ludo, isn't it? Ludo? I feel like it's Ludo.
I think that is a name from there. That could have been any character as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, let's say it is.
Bad. Something along those lines.
That's a good impression.
Oh, thank you. I don't think it was my best, but I sort of did it off the cuff there. But yeah, no, he does this kind of like scene where he's at the top of a tower calling rocks for assistance, and it had this really kind of horn like brassy resonance to it, and that was kind of how I remember this guy doing the wah. But I think the thing that was so weird about him pronouncing or delivering the wah was more the fact that he'd sort of kind of announced to me that now I am going to do the wah. And he kind of stood back from the table, and then he kind of, inflated his chest to give a full kind of vibrato or whatever it's called, the terminology for when it's, a musically gifted individual. We delivered it with absolute sincerity, but then proceeded as if nothing had happened. I thought that was the sort of weirdest part of it. It's like, right, well, carry on. I was like, oh, okay. Right, on we go.
Well, what are you meant to do after it, other than...
I don't know. I don't know.
That is all you can do.
That is it, isn't it? But I suppose therein lies the problem, isn't it? It's just quite anticlimactic, I suppose. Much like this intro. What are we going to be talking about in this episode, Phil?
Well, Phil ain't in no more, because I got rid of that with me. It is Boosnagger, the Orc. And we're going to be talking about Orks, your Codex. What more could you want? What could you want, little Dan?
I mean, you beautifully illustrated your point there, Phil. What am I supposed to do with that? I guess we'll just move on to a 5-star. Sorry, it's really got me. Review.
Peter.
Oh, hello, Dad.
What are you doing in here, son?
Oh, I'm
what have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time. I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Lookout Sir podcast, which right now, it's time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
This week's 5-star review comes from I tried to convert it into a wah and then it became an inaudible sound. Philip.
Is it the Orky lands of the Apple podcast of the Great Britons?
It is not. This is an Orky land, if ever there was one. Famous, in fact, for being, the place where various orcs were filmed for, cinematic prosperity.
New Zealand.
You are correct. Apple Podcasts of New Zealand.
Is that a thing?
Land of the Kiwi and the All Blacks and
sheep.
What was the name of that band? They did a show and it was kind of a weird kind of like comedy thing.
Flight of the Conchords.
That's British. Flight of the Conchords. That's it. They did the song about the rapping hippo or something. The hip hop-opotamus.
Isn't Taika Waititi from there?
Or
was he from Australia?
See, now this is the problem, isn't it? Right, this is kind of like the Canadian American conundrum. You confuse the two, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I mean, I have no frame of reference, but nonetheless, this is from Apple Podcasts of New Zealand. Now, fun story. Normally, when we do this podcast segment, the 5-star review, I use a website called Chartable, which I check every day religiously because I'm obsessed with our ongoing performance of our podcast. But also it's a useful tool that accumulates all of our kind of ongoing chart and or review information. It seems like it's been hacked today. So I'm so grateful that I created an account for that because it seems likely that, I'm almost certainly going to get hacked in the not too distant future. So obviously, if the Lookout Sir 40k podcast starts becoming a little bit more shilly for offshore bank accounts or, princes of, maybe African origin trying to offload large sums of money, you know what went wrong. Anyway, this week's 5-star review, as I've already said, comes from New Zealand, and it is from Jam 0097542146326426447.
Wow, if that sounds like either a hacked account or a spam bot, it is probably one of those.
Well, indeed. And also, this is another problem, an expansion of the problem that I have as a result of the fact that I'm not using Chartable, is I can't be certain whether or not I've read this out before. But because its origins is New Zealand, I feel fairly confident that we've not read it out.
I don't think. A name like that, I think we would have remembered.
Exactly. If not that. And I mean, we've only got 3 reviews from all of New Zealand. So, and apparently one of them we may have read out at some point in 2020, but this is a, relative novelty for us. Anyway, this review reads, The Art of the Ramble 40K. 5 stars, as is, of course, a prerequisite of a 5-star review. And if you would like to leave a 5-star review, please do, because at some point we'll get around to it. Although, as it transpires, it takes us a little while. As I was explaining to someone who had left us a review in May, going, it's been ages since I left your review and you haven't read it yet. To which I responded, yeah, I know. Somehow we got loads of 5-star reviews. Aren't we popular? Anyway, there you go. I appreciate I did a whole weird gesture that no one can see except for Phil. The amount of weird stuff I kind of, gesticulate just for Phil's benefit is, madness.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Maybe one day
Sorry,
we'll do a video format podcast.
Aren't we doing that for episode 100, Phil?
Maybe, yeah.
It felt like, because I was really, anyway, we'll do the review and we'll get to that later. That could be an outro thing.
Yeah.
So the Art of the Ramble 40K, obviously we're living up to the identity. Fantastic rambling nonsense. A great listen to 2 long-term friends speaking about a subject they share a passion for. Oh, I mean, that is true. We are very passionate, for better or worse, about small toy soldiers and or the various games that we play with them. Would you not say so, Phil?
100% correct.
There we go. They bicker playfully whilst reviewing the new releases and try to figure out what would be best, but thematic way to play a given army. Okay, fine. So we try and convey what we think is good, but also what, broadly speaking, might be thematically interesting, which is true, right, Phil? We do like to try and take a bit more of a less super duper try hard
Well,
approach on
I
this
mean, one of us does. The other one takes 12 flyers when they're an elder player and they're really competitive. But, you know.
I'm still an elder player. It's, you know, and I still like the idea of being competitive when you need to be competitive. But I'll be honest, I mean, I've said many times, I'm at that point now where I'm a little bit more fluffy at heart. Although I do now own a Drakari and Dark Angel army, which are relatively top tier, I guess. So clearly I'm trying something, I guess. But there we go. Anyway, it finishes up with keep up the great work, which obviously we will attempt to do, as was our promise to you, the listeners. As long as these 5-star reviews keep coming, we'll keep churning out the content. But until then, why don't you, Phil, say thank you to Jam 009754214632642642447.
Thank you, Jam, Jam. Is that correct?
It's definitely Jam.
Jam,
yes,
and I'm going to assume the rest is your, Adeptus Mechanicus serial number, because that clearly is the only reason why you would have a name like that. You're clearly not a spam bot created by Dan or myself. No. But thank you for the review. It's very nice to have someone from the other side of the world listening to our podcast. Exciting stuff. Glad you enjoy it. Keep up the good listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jam. It is hugely appreciated, as has been indicated by Phil there. And obviously, if you would like to be as awesome a human being as Jam, 00975421463264247, you need only leave us a 5-star review. And at some point in the hopefully not too distant future, or though, as indicated earlier, probably at least 4 months from now, we'll get around to reading it out, as is our want.
Here's the thing, though. The longer you leave it, the longer it will take to be read out. So the idea is you need to get in that queue quick.
Get in that queue. God, it's a terrifying prospect in that regard. It's like when people tell you that, you just think you're the youngest now you're ever going to be. It's weird, isn't it? When you start thinking about things in an existential way like that.
Well, that's depressing.
Isn't it? Especially when you think to yourself, but I'm pretty old. Oh, God.
Exactly.
But I suppose it's simultaneous. You are both the oldest and the youngest you will ever be in that moment. Or not ever, but you oldest you have been, youngest you could be. Does that work?
Yes.
All right, cool. Let's get on with it. Transitional noise. Woo! Here we go again, Phil. Another one of those podcast segments where we have to read through a codex and inevitably not read all of it because there is far too much in these modern codexes. Am I right, Phil?
You are indeed. I'm really looking forward to doing this episode, followed by a Grey Knights episode, followed by a Thousand Suns episode. Ooh, exciting.
I am relatively excited for the Thousand Suns, though, because, again, they are one of those kind of weird armies that people don't really appreciate how lucky they are to live in a world where Thousand Sun armies are, takeable in their entirety. Because back in the day, Thousand Suns were one of those kind of elusive forces that you're going to have like a unit of it sprinkled around the place. But the idea of a whole force of Thousand Suns was a real novelty, much like Legion of the Damned, Deathwing Terminators, all these things that you can take now, with the exception, obviously, Legion of the Damned, which is disappeared until Valdor comes back with them at some point, right? Valdor's hanging around with a Legion of the Damned type thing, isn't he?
Is he?
I think he's got like good demons, which I think is what the Legion of the Damned are.
Yeah, I get the impression they're meant to be the like Emperor's manifestation in terms of good demons. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Anyway, we're going off on tangents at that point. We're going to be talking about the Orks today, in an attempt to try and spice it up a little bit. Phil, we talked about this codex before we recorded this thing. Did anything stand out or surprise you from the outset? Is there anything you want to kind of say before we get into it?
Well, I mean, I guess you could talk about the fact that, currently there's only a limited edition version of the codex, and that's,
yes,
an interesting way of consuming a product, especially when there's events. Which is one of the community questions, which we can get onto later.
Wonderful.
But overall, though, it seems pretty good. It doesn't seem like standout broken, I think. But
Maybe
I
we
think,
just don't think the right way though to recognize what is standout broken anymore.
I mean, potentially, but when you go through the Drakari book and go through Admech, there's some obvious combos where you go, this seems overall really strong. I think with Orcs, and maybe when we go through it in detail, we'll actually change our minds. But they just seem really good, but not crazy good. Although I think there's definitely a noticeable, like the beast snaggers tend to be better than the regular Orcs. I think that's a noticeable thing.
Yeah, no, beast snaggers certainly seem interesting. I think one of the things that's really stand out to me is the introduction of a whole new weapon type. That's a very rare occurrence in the world of 40k wargaming. I think the last time that a codex introduced a brand new weapon profile type thing could arguably have been the grav guns in like 6th, 7th edition when they started introducing that concept, because before Space Marines had a series of relatively standardized specialist weapons: flamer, melter gun, plasma gun, each with their own kind of matchup specific variables. And then when the grav gun was added to that, that made things quite interesting. Although, to be fair, it didn't have a whole different weapon profile type. It simply just introduced a new kind of unique mechanic. So yeah, really like the idea of a specific weapon having a specific, or rather a range of weapons having specific weapon profile that is exclusive to one army is a really interesting thing that, as far as I can tell, hasn't ever happened before, unless I'm mistaken.
No, I think you're right. I mean, obviously there are things like poison weapons that are sort of specific, but even then that's really a special rule rather than its own
well,
unique
historically it was,
type.
although now I guess it's relatively, but again, it's like, it feels like it's relatively locked to the Drakari range, but then I suppose
there are others though. So
others,
Inquisition can get needle pistols still. So there are the oddities, and I think there's like a chem flamer that effectively has the poison rule for guards. But yeah, interesting. It is a brand new sort of type. It feels like it's a really interesting mechanic that they could have just made as a generic weapon profile had they thought about it at the beginning of the edition when they were writing the core rulebook. But obviously it's something that they've come along as a kind of concept for this codex specifically. It'll be interesting if it will just stay as an orc specific thing. Obviously the name will be orc specific, but I mean that kind of concept of how it shoots, will that be something that will be applied later on to other weapon types or other armies? I mean, it's possibly, but I think they're going to just keep it orc specific. And it's a weird one because it's sort of similar to rapid fire. You could potentially turn rapid fire into a daka weapon with the correct, numbering, because that's all it is, really.
Well, you say that though, but it's different from rapid fire because ultimately there are opportunities where a gun could say shoot 5 times and then 3 times. Now, technically, if you're rounding up on rapid fire, you could say that that's how that works, but that's a very difficult rule to kind of express 5 and 3. Like you could do 3, rapid fire 3, which would become 6 shots or 3 shots. So, the idea of having like relatively differing values is there.
What I mean is turn rapid fire into daka. So daka is you got 2 weapon profiles. At max range you do X number of shots, and then at half range you do another number of shots. So if you had daka short range, so it'd be 2/1, that is effectively a rapid fire weapon, because you're doing 2 shots at close range and 1 shot at max range, right?
Yeah, and interesting actually that you introduced it first long range, short range, and then obviously changed to short range, long range into your explanation. How do you feel about that as a rule set in terms of expressing the variables? Do you feel like it's better to express short range with the greater number and then long range following it with the lesser number in a view towards the idea that it's better to start with the big number and then follow with the smaller number? But does it feel natural to you that they express short range, long range, or would it feel more sensible to go long range, short range?
It's weird. If you just think about a weapon in a sort of arbitrary manner, you would instantly go to what's the long range, for example, because that is, if you think of rapid fire, you think of what's my normal shooting, and normal is max range, right? So I do 1 shot. And then at half range, which is my short range, I do 2 shots. So that's how I think about rapid fire. But weirdly and historically for Games Workshop, so whether it is back in Rogue Trader, whether it's Necromunda, or even Shadow War Armageddon, when they do...
There's a reference. Everyone remembers old Shadow War.
When they do short range, whenever they did weapon profiles, which had different ranges, it would always be short range first, long range second. And when you see it down on like a weapon profile, it sort of feels like it makes sense there. But weirdly, when you talk about it, it feels like you would say long range and short range. There's the weird, interesting difference, I guess, between seeing rules and talking about them, maybe.
Yeah, no, it's just interesting. But yeah, no, that's really the kind of main thing I'd probably call out in terms of or one of the interesting factoids about the book. Equally, though, the fact that the Dakka weapons are not treated similarly to assault weapons is an interesting archetypal change for the Orks, because historically, Orks had a lot of access to assault weapons. Now, a huge majority of their weapons have become Dakka. And what's really interesting about that is that ultimately it removes some of the flexibility in order to be able to advance and still fire a weapon. And that's interesting because it does really alter the way that people approach the Orc army, because I feel like historically, or at least in 8th edition, the Orcs became a really shooting heavy army, lots of looters, lots of very kind of firepower based builds, even with things like the various grot artillery pieces or what have you. It definitely felt like Orcs obviously had the numbers game and had some real clout in the combat phase, but it always felt like they hugely over-indexed in shooting. And I think the change to Dakka has an impact in that, if not only in relation to the synergies, because one of the things that people kind of overlook with Orcs is that they're only movement 5 majoritively. And the impact that has in game terms is quite profound. So not being now able to advance up the table and take advantage of some firepower in advance of you moving into your second turn and starting to apply pressure with charges, it's really interesting because you now have to at least kind of make some decisions. And it's things like those decisions which lead me towards the assertion that the Orc book is a little bit more balanced than some of the other books that we've seen with the Drakari and the Admech, where the notion of needing to be needing to make compromises was a completely alien concept to those books. It's like, we do everything and we do it great. It's like, cool, happy days. Whereas at least with the Orcs, I get a vibe from them, for better or worse, that there is a bit of compromise in this list in terms of how you need to run it and what you need to do with it to optimize your performance, I suppose. I don't know. I mean, do you feel like I'm reading too much into that, or what's your vibe on that?
Well, I don't think I actually played many Orc players in even 8th edition, let alone 9th edition so far. Yeah, it's weird. Whenever I went to events, I'd almost never get matched up with them. I had
Orcs all the time. They were so prevalent.
I can think of maybe one player that I played against. Oh no, 2. I did one in when I went to No Retreat last time, so that was that would have been 9th edition. But he predominantly had lots of mech stuff, kill cans and Gorka Noughts and stuff like that. A couple of guys in knobs in armor and stuff like that. So I was just wondering how often people would actually advance and shoot, because obviously if you're advancing and shooting, you get -1. So, and you hit on 5s normally, so then you're hitting on 6s. But then I guess maybe the trade-off is with Dakka, then you get an extra. Did you get an extra hit or an extra shot originally?
Yeah, you got extra hits, I think, or I think it was extra hits.
So maybe that's a trade-off worth doing, especially if you're against a target that already has -1 to hit, because then it's like, it doesn't matter whether I advance or not.
Yeah, but I think it just played into their kind of archetype in terms of applying that pressure and hoarding up the board and, you know, creating problems for people. But there we go. Another interesting rule that actually get things started in terms of the detachment abilities, and something that I felt like was really important to touch upon at the start, is how this book treats named characters. Now, unless I am mistaken, and I don't believe I am, orcs do not have a super doctrine. This is essentially an army that can be made up of all flavors of orc culture. So you can really experiment with mixed armies. And one of the things that further expresses that is the detachment ability of specialist lads. So if you've got Gaskell Fracker, Captain Badruck, Makari, Mad Doc Grotznig, Zodrog, Wartsnagger, or specialist mob units, you can essentially have them inside of a culture-specific detachment without that culture being impacted. So effectively you can start to sprinkle in to your goth mobs or your goth culture some death skulls in as long as they are one of these specialist lads units listed here, i.e. the not named characters that you're going to want to take advantage of. It's notable that there are a few named characters that are not present here. The sneaky guy with the two blades, who is, I believe, I can't remember what faction he is part of. I'm going to have to Blood Axes. That's it. He's not in there, nor is the Jump Pack, or more specifically, Rocket Pack, I suppose, as he is, Captain fella. But nonetheless, it's just interesting that they give you that flexibility, which is, sorely missing from other army builds. I know we've seen this with the Sisters of Battle stuff with like Morven Val for potential being able to kind of mix into different armies. But it's just really nice to see that there's that level of flexibility where you can, take Gazkol with your Death Skulls should you choose to. What do you reckon of that, Phil?
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. It's nice that not every single army is being constructed in exactly the same way with a super doctrine. It's good that you can have, especially with orcs, that you can mix and match. It always feels very thematic for them and sort of a bit more like how they work, whereas Space Marines are meant to be very much independent operatives. The chapters don't really hang out together, so it doesn't really seem thematic. I imagine maybe Guard would go down a similar route to the Orcs, because it feels like in a very massed battle you would have lots of regiments fighting alongside each other. That sort of harks back to like the original, 3rd edition version of all those different regiments that you used to be able to get in Metal, for example, because I remember my collection was just tons of different Guard regiments. So maybe that's something we'll see for them. It seems kind of cool.
I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I think again, it's just anything that facilitates flexibility. And I like the idea of these specialist lads they're talking about as well, which we'll briefly touch upon when the time is right. But first, let's try and address some of the cultures, right? So
there's a quick thing to mention, which is that I'm the boss rule, which basically says you can only include a maximum of one warlord or death killer.
War boss.
Wartrike. War boss. In each detachment.
Yes. Yeah, so that is a fairly standard stipulation now within 40k. They are trying to reduce the level of silliness that you could exploit by taking super ridiculous characters en masse in units, or rather in detachments, I suppose. So one war boss or one death trike or whatever it's called.
Death killer Wartrike.
Wartrike, that's the words. Which makes sense, makes absolute sense.
Also interesting, under the list of the characters that get warlord traits, you also get the kill rig in there. So if you take the kill rig and it becomes your warlord, it's got a specific warlord trait that it's got to have.
Yeah, because the kill rig is a psyker, isn't it?
Yeah, because I think that's the one with the psyker on top, so I guess that's why. But it's also weirdly, you'd look at it and go, well, it's a vehicle. But
so amazing, you can have. I mean, adding to the absurdity of that Mattel spectacular character, the He-Man special that is the kill rig. But anyway, we'll get to that in a bit. Let's talk about the Orc clan. So if you're an Orc clan, you get a warlord trait. Well, you get a culture, you get a warlord trait, a stratagem, and a relic. The most famous and prevalent of all Orc clans is definitely the Goths. This is the clan of Gazkol, Mad Uruk Fracker, or whatever his full name is pronounced as. So you got to hope that they deserve the notoriety and the status of poster boys that they enjoy as by virtue of their leader, and to reflect that, their culture is no mucking about. Each time models with this culture makes a melee attack, and a modified hit roll of a 6 scores 1 additional hit. So running in, score 6 hit, get extra attacks. It's pretty good on Gazkol Fracker. That much I can say.
Daka with knives.
Exactly. Or, various other implements of blunt force trauma. Each time a model with this culture makes a melee attack, if that model's unit made a charge move or performed a heroic intervention this turn, add 1 to the strength characteristic. And again, that's massive because we haven't really gotten around to talking about the changes to the Orc stat line and what that represents. But them Orcs is strong is the broad strokes. Used to be in the olden days, the idea was Orcs were tough but not that strong, unless of course they were charging. Like the idea that they tried to express, and I felt like relatively stuck to from 5th edition onwards, was the idea that an Orc is strength 3 but toughness 4. But obviously when it's charging in, it gets appropriately hyped up to the point that its relative shortfalls in terms of strength are made up for by the excitement of finally getting in and having a bit of a brawl. Whereas now it's just like, nah, it's just strength 4, mate. Or strength 5 in the case of beast snaggers, which is pretty crazy. So the fact that you could be rocking some snaggers running in at strength 6 is pretty bananas, because that's going to be obviously wounding guardsmen on 2, Tau, Elder, basically anything that isn't a Necron or a Space Marine, or maybe there's other examples that have eluded me at this point. But what do you reckon of that culture, Phil?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's nice to see a rule that involves just charging and heroic intervention and not being charged, because weirdly it's been pretty much a flat rule that you get all 3 of those things. So whether you're charged or not, or whether you did charge, you always get the bonus. The one exception was always Death Riders and their hunting lances. They never got it on the charge, and it always really annoyed me that nothing else had that problem. But now
Shining
it
Spears.
seems... Oh, did they get it as well?
Yeah, they have the same problem, Shining Spears.
Well, it's nice that at least Goths are there as well, joining us.
Exactly. Goths, Shining Spears, and Death Riders all chilling out.
Yeah, because it always seems weird. Like, why would Space Marines get an advantage for being charged? Like, okay, maybe that's just because they're really good, I guess.
That's it. Meet their force with more force. That was the Space Marine mantra.
But it seems pretty good. Very, very close combat related, obviously.
Now, not to give any indication towards the means by which you are reading along with this book, Phil, but are you in a position where you can, speak to the next Warlord trait bit?
I can, perfectly fine. I will blink twice to confirm.
Good.
Blink. Yeah, so the Warlord trait is Proper Killy. It is add 1 to this Warlord's attack characteristic, and each time this Warlord makes a melee attack, improve the AP characteristic of the attack by 1. I mean, it's okay.
Yeah. I mean, again, this is Gazkol Fracker's Warlord trait, so adding 1 to the Warlord's attack characteristics, and each time the Warlord makes a melee attack, improve the armor characteristic attack by 1. In the hands of Gazkol Fracker, it's terrifying.
Does he even need the AP, though? I imagine he's so good already, he doesn't need it, but the extra attack's pretty handy.
Oh, the extra attack. I mean, you're not going to say no to a bit of extra AP if you can get it, right? I mean,
True, but sometimes if you're going from like AP4 to AP5, it's pretty redundant for most models.
Yeah, but, in those rare instances where you're fighting Custodes, which admittedly have 4-up invuns anyway, so that's a moot point. But in those rare instances where you're fighting Sanguinary Guard. Oh, it's good against them Sanguinary Guard, isn't it?
Not bad.
Exactly. AP -5. Oh, tear through them. The stratagem for the Goths is 2 CP, and it's called Unbridled Carnage. Something tells me these Goths are up for a fight. Use the stratagem at the start of the 5 phase. Select one Goth core or Goth character unit that has the no mucking about clan culture. Oh, right, which is the name of the clan culture for the thing. So basically, just select a Goth core or Goth character unit.
Well, that's interesting. Would you ever have a Goth unit that doesn't have the no mucking about clan culture?
Let's just presume that you might.
I guess so.
Let's not overanalyze Games Workshop's ongoing attempts to make this game even more confusing. Until the end of the phase, each time models in that unit make an attack, if it scores an additional hit on an unmodified hit roll of 5+ instead of 6. Crikey. So there you go. 2 CP to gain additional hits on a 5+. Now, obviously, if you're sporting a big unit of boys and you're getting a lot of attacks off, you're going to be getting even more. So the 2 CP seems pretty justified to me.
Yeah, it seems pricey, but if you're running it on a big squad of orcs, then it's worth it. I'm surprised they haven't just gone, 1 CP for, 10 or under models and 2 CP for above. That would seem better. But yeah, no, because I guess it might just be not broken, but really good on characters with lots of attacks.
Indeed. And what's the relic all about, Phil?
It's the Iron Gob. That's something you've got, isn't it, Dan? It's a Goth model only. After making close combat attacks with the bearer, before they consolidate, they can select one enemy unit within 1 inches and roll a d6. On a 2+, that unit suffers d3 mortal wounds. Well, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right, the old Iron Gob.
Yeah.
I should put it to use more often, given that I apparently own one. Goths overall seem really interesting. I mean, I think, ultimately it's quite clear what the playstyle is going to be with these guys. It's obviously super aggro, which is, fitting for the, the culture of, or the history of the forces of the Goths. I think, sort of somewhat quintessentially expresses what you want from a kind of, orky type army. It feels to me that if you're running Goths, you're going to be using a good mixture of units. It feels like the Goths are kind of like, like a lot of the standard, boilerplate style factions where they don't necessarily have a distinct specialism, even though it's clear that they're trying to kind of lean them more into combat, but that feels more like just the orc archetype overall. So no, I like it. I think Goths are interesting.
I guess the thing to note with Goths, and I'm going to make this assumption right now, that because they are what we call the poster boys, or non-gendered fungus of the Orc Codex, they will undoubtedly have a Codex supplement in the upcoming Warzone Octarius.
Oh yeah, almost
because that's Orcs versus Tyranids, and so far what we've seen is the poster. Well, actually, Metallica was the one in Warzone Charadon rather than Mars, but that was obviously themed. So actually, maybe it won't be Goths, but we did see our Martyred Lady. They got a Codex supplement. Maybe the Goths will get a Codex supplement as well.
We can only hope. Next on the list is the Bad Moons. Now, I kind of dabbled with the idea of Bad Moons for a while. I like the idea of them. The broad idea of Bad Moons is they are the richest of all orcs, right? Like, that's the deal with the Bad Moons. Their teeth grow back quicker than any other culture of orcs, and thus, given that teeth are the orc currency, these lads have a little bit more money to flash around than others. So that's usually reflected in their possession of superior equipment and war gear, because they've got more money to spend. And in rules terms, it's reflected with adding 6 to the range characteristics of Daka and heavy weapon models with this culture. And also, each time models with this culture make a ranged attack on an unmodified wound roll of a 6, improve the armor penetration characteristic by 1. Now, I don't like that second bullet point. And the reason I don't like it is I'm really against rules that create context-sensitive improvements to weapons. Not because I think they're bad, because I always forget. I can never remember 6s do extra stuff thing.
Yeah, we've talked about it before. It's just an extra bit of legwork or a bit of, you got to separate your dice pools out and stuff. So, I'm sure for some people it's perfectly fine. For other
Yeah, of
people,
course.
it's just a bit of extra faff that you don't necessarily want to deal with. I think the 6-inch range to the Dakka is pretty huge because obviously that means you can pull off your half range at that little bit better.
That is true. I think the adding to the range is pretty cool, but then at the same time with the way that, and again, not that I massively advocate for this at the moment, but with people playing more the kind of ITC style competitive gaming methodology with ample terrain or probably too much terrain, at least line of sight blocking terrain, the extra range is always a relatively moot point because most of the time, if you can draw line of sight to something, you're in range of it because the game is so much more condensed. But
I think when it comes to half range stuff, that's not necessarily the case. Like,
true,
it depends also the range of the average Dakka weapon. If it's, for example, 30 inches, in which case you go, 15 for your Dakka, but then that goes up to 18 inches. That tends to be quite a crux distance when it comes to adding range to weapons. But yeah, potentially depending on the layout and stuff, maybe not as beneficial as it could be.
Yeah, but I mean, the average shooter range seems to be about 18. So the idea of increasing 18 to 24 and then ultimately the optimal Dakka range from 9 to 12 is still pretty meaningful. So yeah, it's pretty good. Warlord trait, Phil?
Yep, it's the best armor teeth can buy. Has a 4+ invulnerable save, and it adds 1 to the armor saving throws taken for this warlord. Pretty good.
Yeah, real good, actually. I was trying to figure out what would probably make the most sense to be adorned in this armor, because obviously they have given their Meganob type war boss characters 2-up armor saves now, and I believe they've got a 5-up invuln. So I'm not necessarily sure if improving your armor save by 1 is as valuable to them, but obviously improving the invuln is. But then I suppose if you're a 1-up armor save and then you get yourself in cover, the fact that you'll be on like a 0-up saving throw is pretty reasonable.
Yeah, because an average war boss is 4+ save.
Yeah, so increasing that to 3 is still pretty reasonable, I guess.
I wouldn't be surprised if it would actually work really well with the Beast Snagger minis.
Oh yeah, what's the crazy new Beast Snagger boss got?
Wait, there's the named one as a 3+ save, but we don't want him. We want the generic one.
The Beast boss is a 4+ save, yeah. And then there's the Beast boss on Squigsaurus or Squigosaur.
That's the one.
4+.
Oh right, yeah. So 4+ going to 3+.
With a 4-up invuln.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I mean, there's not very much inefficiency in that in terms of the fact that obviously anything of an AP greater than 1, you're effectively ignoring, which is relatively meaningful. But yeah, I don't know. The idea of giving this to like a mega boss that's now got a 0-up saving cover with a 4-up invuln is kind of funny as well. But yeah, no, I mean, it's a good warlord trait, all things considered. A 4-up invuln is reasonable, and plus what, basically you're giving this guy a storm shield, which is
yeah, because a standard war boss has a 5-up save anyway, so you're basically getting +1 to both.
Yeah, well, you're basically turning your 5-up armor into a 4-up invuln, so you're just getting a 4-up invuln regardless of context. And as someone who has played a lot of Farseers and Warlocks, a 4-up invuln as your only save is pretty reasonable. Noting that I think they do have a 6-up armor save these days, but whatever. Or I think even on bikes they might go up to a 5-up. But anyway, we'll move on. Showing off 1 CP. Use this stratagem when a Bad Moon's core or Bad Moon's character unit from your army is selected to shoot. Until the end of the phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack with Dakka weapons, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 1 additional hit. It's pretty good. So you're getting extra shots off with your guns for 1 CP. I'm trying to think now of Dakka weapons that would massively take advantage of that. Obviously, the Flash Gits have moved over to heavy weapons, as has the Looters, as far as I'm aware. I think they've both gone heavy profile now. I'm just checking for the Looters as I talk, but I definitely know the Flash Gits have gone into heavy. So yeah, it'd be interesting to think about what the potential options are for that. But I mean, 1 CP is a pretty fair premium to pay in order to gain access to. Oh no, okay, hang on. The Def Gun is Daka. So there you go. Not bad for the Def Guns.
Cool.
Def Guns being the looter gun.
Oh, okay. So on your average orcs.
No. I mean the looters. The ones that again, you didn't play orcs that much. But you remember anytime you saw an orc army, there was always a 15 or so person unit of orcs with big cannons over their shoulders.
Yeah, they're basically like the Devastator squad, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah. So those are Daka weapons. So they are range 48, Daka 3/2, strength 7 -1, damage 2. So the fact that you can be getting extra hits on 6s with those is not to be sniffed at.
Very cool.
Yeah, like it. Tell us about the last bit of it, Phil, where then we'll move on to the Evil Sons.
So we've got the Gobshot Thunderbus. That is
the Thunderbus.
Thunderbus, yeah.
All aboard the Thunderbus.
Thunderbus with double S. It's meant to be Thunderbust, right. I think, but it's
typo.
Yeah. Bad Moon's equipped with a custom shooter only. It replaces with the following profile: 12-inch range, heavy 2d6, strength 5 -1. 1 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, that weapon automatically hits the target because it's like a big old shotgun.
I like it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah,
heavy 2d6, auto hits. Yeah, nice.
No, I like it a lot. Heavy 2d6 is always a bit swing-y, unfortunately. But the fact that you don't need to roll to hit is a massive boon to the orcs, because the greater majority of orcs are hitting on 5s, with the exception of the flash kits now that have been moved up to 4+. So yeah, no, I mean, I like it. I think it's all right. I struggle to necessarily feel like it's going to be a default option, and I do imagine that a few people, I can't imagine that many people are going to pursue the Bad Moons as a clan of choice to play competitively. But thematically wise, I know loads of people with yellow orcs that love, the kind of look of that armor and the look of that force. And I think, the Bad Moons are, a really iconic part of the orc range. So
what's interesting is it's range 12, but actually it's range 18 because you get to add 6 to Daka and heavy weapons due to the arm to the teeth rule. So it seems all 12 inches is quite short. It's not really.
No, nice, yeah. That's actually all right, isn't it? Crikey blimey. Yeah, all right, no. But no, I like Bad Moons. I think, again, I can see an argument for taking a detachment of them. I think, there's some, if not for any other reason than the fact that they get the special character of Captain Badrook. I believe he is he's a freebooter.
He's a freebooter, yeah. I think he always has been. Yeah.
Well, no, I think he used to be a Bad Moon because he actually does have a yellow Bad Moon on his model.
Interesting. Although, so weirdly, I was looking through the old, I want to say, first edition book, Freebooters, which was literally a book all about freebooters, and Badrook was in there.
Right.
But he might have been, weirdly, a Bad Moon freebooter because there were a bunch of freebooters that are sort of specific to every single different culture. So it might be he's a freebooter, but he's a Bad Moon freebooter back in the day, if that makes sense. Yeah.
But he's given up on that now just to go full-blown booter, and fair play to him.
Yeah. Well, it's sort of like a bit of a weird thing with the orc units is a lot of them feel like they are specific to a particular culture. Like the what's Badrook from? He's from the Flash Gets, isn't he?
Yeah, he's associated with the Flash Gets,
and it feels like Flash Gets should be freebooters, but they're not, and it feels like the Storm Boys should be, Blood Axes, and it feels like Beast Snaggers should really be a culture all of its own, a bit like Snake Bites. But it's
they're very much in line with the Snake Bites.
But my point is, all the units are very like culture agnostic. Like it doesn't matter what culture they are, even though it feels like really they should have a specific thing. It's a bit like saying here's some Catachans, but you can run them as Cadians because they don't need to be Catachans. It's like that sort of
But
weird logic.
But I suppose that's, speaks to the absurdity of the orc range and the fact that, they're not defined by the same kind of limitations as, human forces, because ultimately no one, has firsthand experiences of the limitation of orcs. They're, purely fantasy, therefore can be expressed and explored in loads of different ways. Whereas ultimately it's quite evident to us as human beings when we bear witness to human beings of certain athletic stature or in certain types of wearing certain types of camouflage or war gear. We have an innate understanding of what that type of apparel and that kind of war gear represents, just based on human history. So I do understand why they can be more flexible with this than potentially going, here's a bunch of Cadians, but they're actually a Catachan unit. Because again, it's just I don't know. It's weird. It's one of those weird nuances when it comes to these sort of human forces versus, sci-fi fantasy forces. You can be a lot more flexible, I feel. But,
well, I'll let it go and let's move on to Evil Sons.
For the best. So Evil Sons. I would go so far. See, I'm torn. Evil Sons might be my favorite orc culture thematically, because I just love the idea of a bunch of speed freaks. I love the idea of a bunch of loopy orcs that want to tear it up on the racetracks or, just cruise around the wastelands in their amazing, custom vehicles. Add to that all, obviously, the Mad Max kind of connotations that they've added to the range. And it's a very, very compelling, force that I am, fighting the resistance to start, adding models to my collection for. But it won't surprise any of you that the Evil Sons, based on what I just said there, and probably what you know already, is they're all about going fast, and their rules is red ones go faster. A famous and common terminology used by all 40k players.
It's red ones go faster. There's
Sorry,
no
yes.
R.
I apologize.
Faster.
Add one to the move characteristics of models with this culture. If that model is a speed freak model, add 2 instead. Core blimey. Add 1 to the advanced rolls made for units with this culture. Wow. Models with this culture do not suffer the penalty incurred to their hit rolls for firing assault weapons in the same turn in which they advanced. There's a wider weird variable to this that I suppose we can probably get to at some point, but the Speed Freak War essentially gives this ability, right? Like, you don't suffer the penalty for moving and firing assault weapons, or rather you don't suffer the penalty for advancing and firing assault weapons. Yet obviously the most likely thing that you're going to bake into your army to gain that benefit is going to be some kind of Evil Sons force. So it does feel like there's some potential redundancies in the war, which we'll get to later, unless, of course, you're rocking Gazkol Fraka, who can call both forms of war, and you've got a mixture of units. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, Evil Sons, if you discount the whole potential weirdness with the war, I love it. It's a fantastic. It's a fantastic culture.
Seems pretty solid. I guess the only assumption there is most of the Speed Freak or Evil Sons weapons have to be assault weapons and not Daka weapons.
Yes, yeah. But I assume a greater majority of the Speed Freak weapons are assault weapons. It feels like it would be a bit of a misstep not to have them as such.
But I guess we'll see that when we go through the data sheets later.
Well, we'll go for a selection of them, right? I mean, I can't imagine we'll go for all of them, but yeah, I mean, I'm just quickly looking, and they, there are a few actually that don't have assault weapons, but then there are a fair few that do too. So it's what it is.
Probably
Wall of Trade,
faster than use. In your command phase, select one friendly Evil Sons core unit within 6 inches of this model. The unit is eligible to declare a charge even when they advanced or fell back this turn. That's pretty good.
That's incredible. That's so good. So you can basically make a unit fall back and charge, or advance and charge, which is even more impressive. And just looking at it now, so the war bikes are core. None of the buggies appear to be core. So basically, you're talking about a war bike unit. If you're really kind of,
Or maybe
bedding into
Storm
this.
Boys, maybe.
Oh,
Because they've got like jump
they
packs, haven't
do have the core keyword, yeah. So yeah, Storm Boys. Just because you're not on wheels, don't mean you don't want to go fast.
Well, exactly. Yeah, paint those rockets red. And you're good
Have a
to
ball.
go.
Drive by Dakar 1CP.
Great name.
That's a solid name. Use this stratagem at the end of your shooting phase. Select one Evil Sun's Speed Freaks unit from your army. That unit can immediately make a normal move as if it was your movement phase. That unit is not eligible to charge this turn. So at the end of your shooting phase, you can move. It doesn't specify where you need to move. You could just move.
I can see a lot of buggies just driving backwards and forwards around the corner of a building as they shoot, just popping out, shooting and popping back in again, hitting in reverse, going back, hiding.
I mean, there is something to be said though for also like using this as a aggressive play as well, right? Like, I mean, if you took a large unit of bikes, for example, what is the max unit size of bikes?
Just to do like a Death Rider move block type double move.
Yeah, or Death Copters as well, by the way. Death Copters are speed
Ooh,
freaks, and
good.
you can take those in units of 6. And war bikes you can take in units of 9, and they move 14. The war bikes. So
you will be on those objectives turn 1.
You can move up, shoot, move again. So you could be moving 28 inches in a turn. Sorry, not 26. No, it's 28. Sorry, I was seeing other numbers. 28 inches in a turn, which is pretty substantial. So yeah, you could definitely cause a decent move block because those war bikes aren't small minis. So you could definitely, quite controversially for the speed freaks, you could definitely create a speed bump.
Yeah, and I assume one of the vehicles, I can't remember which one, can teleport around, so potentially you could do that because it's a normal move, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Have to see how that one's changed.
Oh, I love it. Tell us about the relic, Phil.
Resmeka's redder paint. Evil Sun redder paint. Redder than red. This relic can be taken by a vehicle model. Add 2 inches to the bearer's move characteristic. That's pretty good because obviously that's in addition to the 2 inches they're already getting from the red one goes faster. At the start of a fight phase, if this warlord is within engagement range of an enemy unit, those units cannot be selected to fight until all eligible units from your army have done so. So any enemy units within engagement range. So it's not just one, it's any, and then they basically fight last.
So what's really weird about the wording of this is they've specifically stated that this is a warlord, which is weird because there's no indication that this needs to be, like, relics normally don't need to go on a warlord, not necessarily. And this relic doesn't have to go on a warlord, but it states in the rule that this warlord is required for the rule to trigger. So is it that this only can be put on your warlord, or is it that
you can put it on you can put it on a model that isn't a warlord, but you only get the 2-inch move, whereas to get the fight last ability, it has to be a warlord.
Yeah, but do you feel like that's a typo? It feels typo-y to me.
I don't know. Maybe it's like a special ability specific for warlords, yeah.
Well, that's how you have to read it at this point, but then there's nothing that would support that, i.e. normally they're very specific about if this can only go on a certain thing, and they haven't been that specific except for the expression of the terminology warlord. So I'm intrigued to discover what the community consensus is on that. I would certainly be happy to assume that is a mistake as opposed to, rules as written, but, ultimately that is for us, the community, to decide.
Yeah, because I guess there's going to be only like 1 or 2 characters that are a character and a warlord. Do you know what? It is probably to stop you from putting on the kill rig that has a massive base, because that's a character. Actually, no, that's got to take a specific one anyway. So you couldn't even take this one.
Well, it's not. But again, it's not a warlord trait, mate. It's a relic. That's what I'm saying. Any character you can put this on anything.
But you can put it on is the kill rig now a named character?
No, but it's not a named character.
But it's got to take a specific warlord as if it was a named character. So maybe it's done to stop it from going on a kill rig then, because you can be like.
But you could put it on a kill rig and then give it this relic.
Oh, and
this isn't a warlord trait. It's a relic.
Yeah, but what I mean is there a thing that stops you from taking the kill rig as your warlord?
Well, seemingly not, because it has a warlord trait.
Yeah, good point. I've been confounded by your logic, Dan.
I'm sorry, I'm just curious. I'm curious whether it was a mistake or not. I love Evil Sons, though. That's all I'm going to say. What an army. I think if you are playing any other form of orc than Evil Sons, then you are probably playing what is honestly my favorite type of orc, which sadly isn't the next one, but it would have been helpful if it was. But we'll reveal what my favorite type of orc is just based on historical precedent in a moment. But before then, we have to address the snake bites, because everyone is convinced that the snake bites are the best things since, orky bread. Moldy stinking bread, to use, Lord of the Rings orc phrase. Anyway, snake bites, the old ways. So the idea of the snake bites, before they used to be broadly associated as like feral orcs. The idea was that they, didn't quite embrace the technological cultures of, emerging orc trends, and could be found taking to battle riding on top of pigs in the olden days, back when we had glorious boar boys that have now been resigned to Age of Sigmar. Now they ride into battle on squigs in the form of the snaggers. But each time an attack is made against a unit with this culture, unless that attack has a strength characteristic of 8, an unmodified wound roll of 1, 2, or 3 is always a fail, essentially, irrespective of any ability the weapon or model making the attack may have. Now, we'll get to that in a second. I'll just get to the second bit of it. Each time a squig model in this culture makes a melee attack, if that model unit made a charge move or performed a heroic intervention this turn, add 1 to the attack's wound rolls. I love the second part of it. I think the first bit of it is woefully overrated. What do you think, Phil?
Well, it's basically transhuman, right? But on a toughness 5 model, it's only really going to affect the on a 3, really. On a 4.
Here's the thing, right? When you're toughness 5, you're going to be wounding this squad on 5s with most small arms fire. And then obviously, once you're getting up into kind of like strength 5 region, you're winning on 4s. So you're only really accounting for strength 6 and strength 7 weapons. Now, there are obviously an abundance of mass shot strength 6, strength 7. Well, not so much strength 7, but there's definitely an abundance of like strength 6 guns out there that can, do some reasonable work. But it feels like...
Isn't Tau mostly strength 5, all their basic guns?
Yeah, Tau is mostly strength 5. The Craftworld Aeldari have access to shuriken and scatter weapons, which are strength 6. Obviously, there's the assault cannon. So there is some weaponry out there that is going to obviously have wasted momentum or wasted output when it comes to this. But the fact that it is, not effective against strength 8 kind of creates an interesting dynamic, because obviously where this is efficient with the Dark Angels is that it's against everything. It doesn't matter if you're toughness, if you're strength 1 or your strength, 10. Although obviously strength 1 would matter, but let's not pay too much attention to my absurd statement. The point is, if you're strength 10, you're going to wound the Dark Angel Deathwing model on a 4+, assuming that model is an infantry model. And the same is not true for this. If you're going to shoot a strength 10 weapon at these guys, you still wound them on 2s. It's good because obviously you can come en masse, and, having any extra durability is handy. But I don't feel like it's too ridiculous, because I think the toughness 5 skews it a bit. It doesn't feel as interesting as the cultures that I've read so far. I'm much more interested in exploding 6s when I attack. I'm much more interested in extra range, and I'm certainly much more interested in extra movement. But yeah, I don't know. What do you think, Phil? It might be unnecessarily unfair.
I'm just trying to think, is this really designed, for example, if you're going to be the beast snaggers? So, for example, the Squig Hog boys are toughness 6.
Yes.
So does that make it better or worse? Because then if you're being attacked by a strength 8 weapon, it doesn't really make much difference whether you get that ability or not anyway.
Yeah.
So I just think maybe it's sort of like a weird skew where it's sort of designed for them, not regular infantry.
Yeah, but even then, it doesn't really feel that remarkable, right? Like, don't get me wrong, like, the majority toughness now of orcs is toughness 5. So, and when you think about the majority of weapons that you will be using to deal with these hordes of orcs, you're talking about, strength 4, maybe strength 5 guns. And if you're rocking strength 5, strength 4 guns, it doesn't really bother you that these guys are, only allowing you to wound on 4s, because that's all they were doing anyway. Obviously, there's some variables in there in terms of adding to wound rolls to the situation.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
I mean, if people were going to rock loads of heavy bolters, because that's the meta at one point of killing Marines, and still is to an extent, because there's lots of Marines about or lots of orcs about, maybe, although they don't mostly have 2 wounds. But even so, that strength 5 weapon is going to be slightly nullified.
Absolutely.
Against them.
Well, no, the strength 5 weapon is optimal against them.
Yeah, sorry, it doesn't do anything. Forget what I said. I'm getting confused in my old age.
But the assault cannons are reduced. But most people aren't paying for the assault cannon at the moment, because it doesn't really stack up against the heavy bolter, which is typically cheaper or free, versus the assault cannon, which is typically 10 points more than the heavy bolter. Anyway, tell us about the warlord trait, Phil.
So Surly is a squig-off. The first time the warlord is destroyed, you can choose to roll 1d6 at the end of a phase instead of using any other rules that are triggered because the model's been destroyed. If you do, then on a 4+, the warlord gets back on the battlefield as close as possible to where they were destroyed and not within engagement range of any other enemy models, with D3 wounds remaining. That's really cool, especially if it's on a I don't know if it can go on a great white squig-off. Probably not, but if it can go on the other, boss on squig, that would be pretty terrifying, I think.
He has that. The great white squig-off has that ability.
Well, then you'll make him your warlord, because that's good.
Yes, yeah, that's what he would access. At least I believe so, unless I've got the names wrong. Because the great white squig-off is actually called Mosgrog Scragbad, right? Does that sound right to you? Mosgrog Scragbad?
Oh, do you know what? I don't know. Let's have a quick look through.
Well, you look it up, and I'll just talk about what the next thing is. Although I like 4+ gets back up, because everyone does. It's a good ability. It's very good. I suppose if I was being pedantic about it, the fact that you can't re-roll it anymore is a bit of a bother.
You are right. Yeah, he is
cool.
The guy on the Great White Shark.
Well, there you go. Mystic Chanting. Ooh. Use this stratagem during your opponent's psychic phase. Select 1 snakebite unit from your army. Until the end of that phase, that unit can attempt to deny 1 psychic power as if it were a psyker. And that's 1 CP to give a unit of snakebites the ability to deny the witch. It's all right. It's a nice additive. I like it. What do you think, Phil? Being able to select to deny the witch for 1 CP now and again. I mean, admittedly, you're paying 1 CP for the potential of denying something, not knowing if they will be successful in casting, and also not knowing if you will be successful in denying. Although, again, the terminology is quite interesting, because ultimately
during your opponent's psychic phase, so you can activate it, I guess, once they've mid-cast, and then you can be like, I'm gonna deny it.
So if someone gets a smite off on a 5 and you're thinking, I really don't fancy that, odds on I can beat that for 1 CP. So,
Yeah, it's sort of a bit thematic. I was thinking it's not as good as the Black Templars one where you can just like auto deny it on a 4+. And so it's not as good as others out there, but I like the fact that he can then go on to deny other powers like for the rest of that phase.
No, because you can only deny 1 psychic power.
Oh god, I'm getting quite confused. It's my age. It's my age, Dan.
Is that what it is?
In which case, yeah,
it's definitely not that you're reading this off of a phone.
No,
definitely nothing to do with it.
Yeah, it's all right. I guess it's all right.
That's all right. I wouldn't get too excited.
I guess it's one of those things though. If you can see what your opponents have rolled, and if it's an important power they want to get off, but they've rolled like just enough to beat it, and you're like, well, I can average. If I'm averaging 7, I'm going to beat it. It's then worth doing.
Totally.
Yeah.
Tell us about the relic, Phil.
It is Brog's Buzz Bomb. It's a snake bites model only. The relic has the following profile: range 6 inches, grenade 3d6, strength 5, -1, 1 damage. It's got the blast ability. This weapon can shoot units that are not visible to the bearer. The bearer can only shoot with this weapon once per battle. Thank God. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, that attack scores a hit roll on a 2+, irrespective of any modifiers. It's pretty cool. After this weapon has been shot, each unit within 6 inches of the target suffers 1 mortal wound. Automatically, that is. Wow, that's pretty good.
Well, it's interesting, right? Because what's the sequence of play here? I lob this over a wall. I hit, say I hit a unit of, I don't know, let's just say I shot at an 11-person unit. So I get my full 18 shots off.
Because it's blast, yeah.
Because it's blast. And then I manage to, with my strength 5 -1, I managed to kill like 9 of them or something. Do I then resolve based on the 2 that remain standing, or did I resolve? I assume I resolve on the 2 that are left behind.
Unfortunately, yes, because it says after shooting with this weapon.
Yeah. So there's
you could potentially reduce your aura just by the person picking up certain models to then be out of range of their other units.
Yeah.
I mean, that's assuming you're going to kill tons of people with this.
Of course. But you could definitely, with the way the rules work, you could, if you were wary of this, which you should be, because if someone's lobbing this thing at you, they should be explaining the full implications of that, ideally. So you should be able to make some tactical decisions about what gets removed. But it's difficult to deny that it is a fun piece of war gear. Whether it's good or not is neither here nor there, but I love it thematically. An awesome grenade that does a truckload of damage. Really, really... sounds awesome. How that is a snake bites thing, I suppose I might need to read the flavor text at some point. But I mean,
it's just an oversized stick bomb.
Yes, I'll be honest, mate. I was expecting more from the snake bites. I've not, again, at this point, I've not massively read up on some of the mad stuff, but given that these were the poster culture for the new poster fungus creatures, I'm surprised that it's not more impressive in some respects. I mean, it's fine. I mean, I think it's good. I think it's very good in some respects. I think the best thing about it is adding 1 to the attack wound rolls. I think that's definitely the most impressive part of it. And I think the get back up warlord trait is pretty cool. But yeah, the stratagem and the relic they're all right.
Yeah, I'm just reading the flavor text. It sounds like it's a giant stick bomb with a hive of buzzer squigs. So it's, I guess, like tiny squig flies, sort of like bees type of thing.
Yes.
So squig bees is what you're being attacked with.
So basically you're dropping a hornet nest on their heads.
Basically.
Yeah, brilliant.
I mean, I guess it's that thing of, it feels like they should be really good to boost up the beast snaggers, but beast snaggers could be any faction, so you don't really need to look at this as just through the lens of beast snaggers.
No, that's true. That's true. Next on the list is the Death Skulls.
Is this your favorite?
I do like the blue war paint, but they are not my favorite, which only leaves.
That's good, because I was going to be like, they come in blue, Dan.
They are kind of blue. That they are. Anyway, each time a unit with this culture is selected to shoot or fight, you can re-roll one hit roll or one wound roll when resolving the unit's attacks. That is good.
Mm-hmm.
That is good. Each time models with this culture would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound on a 5+, they do not lose that wound.
That's good as well.
It's all right. I mean, that being said, though, I think one of the big sort of strategies that people are going to start utilizing to deal with the onset of Horde armies is lots of mortal wound spam. I've seen it with Dark Angels players rocking free Dark Talons because they blast out like 12 mortal wounds each or something crazy. So the idea that you could get a save against that is actually quite meaningful. And then infantry units in your culture gain objective secured ability. This ability is described in 1.40,000 core rulebook. Now, that may not seem important until you consider that obviously only troops typically get obsec. So you can give obsec to all orc infantry. So that can be your flash gits, your looters, your mega knobs, your tank busters, all these things that would normally get obsec. And the thing that's actually really interesting with that in terms of the terminology and something that possibly needs FAQs, your characters.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Yeah,
That's
so
they are lucky blue gits indeed, which is
they are indeed
that ability.
I
think all three of them together is a pretty good combo.
Yeah, I have to be honest. They are probably they're up there. I like Death Skulls.
They're your new favorite.
They're not my favorite. And my favorite has nothing to do with their rules. It's just I like them thematically. But anyway, yes, I like that. Death Skulls so far, I don't know. I can see potential in Death Skulls. So tell us about their warlord trait, Phil.
Opportunist. Each time you select a target for this warlord, if you select a character unit within 12 inches, you can ignore the lookout sir rule.
Ignore lookout sir.
Well,
the
why?
fort.
Exactly. You got to listen to it.
Why would you ever want to ignore lookout sir?
Plus, each time an enemy vehicle unit is destroyed within 6 inches of this warlord, you gain 1 command point.
It's a good warlord trait. I'm not entirely sure what the build is that you would do to fully utilize it, but I can assume there must be some kind of like combi scorcher war gear option in there somewhere that could create some interesting play
to destroy vehicles. Yeah, it's interesting. Like I need to double check the rules, which I won't do now, but obviously there's normally a limit for regaining command points once per phase, but there are exceptions to that, and I didn't think warlord traits was one of them. I thought it was stratagems, but maybe it's stratagems and warlord traits.
Irrespective, though, the fact that you're gaining CP is not going to be any bad thing, is it?
No, that's true. And I imagine it feels like we're gone past the days of every warlord trait has an option of when you spend a command point, roll a 5+ and you get that command point back. Feels like that's sort of almost fallen out of fashion in these 9th edition codexes.
Yeah, I agree. And I think as time goes on, they might change that stipulation to accommodate the fact they've written the rules with a more mindfulness about the potential of CP farming. Wreckers is their 2 CP strat. Use the stratagem at the start of the shooting phase or fight phase. Select one Death Skulls core or Death Skulls character unit from your army until the end of the phase. Each time a model in that unit makes an attack that targets a vehicle, add 1 to the attack's wound roll. It's pretty good. Like the fact that you can obviously get +1 to wound against vehicles, assuming you're up against some vehicles, is going to be massively valuable because a lot of the time you're only going to be winning, even with your anti-tank weapons, a lot of the time you're only winning those vehicles on freeze. So the fact that you can, tilt that to 2s is pretty massive. Or even if you're tilting it from 4s to freeze. I mean, again, talking about looters are strength 7. So when shooting at most vehicles, they're going to be wounding them on 4s. But then tilting that into a 3 is pretty big.
Or against Knights and Lehman Russes, you'd be doing 5s down to 4s.
Yeah, so which is big.
Is really
right?
good.
So,
yeah. Again, it's
2
CP, could be 1 CP / 2 CP. So you got to, spend your points, big time, bigly, if you want to, if you want to optimize it with big units, I guess. Which, could be a good thing. And you can see some synergy already with the warlord trait potentially. Not that you really want to spend 2 CP on a Death Skulls character, but it is in there. You can use it on the character, so
You could do.
well,
You could do.
the thing is, if you spend 2 CP and you kill that vehicle and you get 1 CP back, it's only a 1 CP stratagem if you think about it that way.
Exactly. And imagine that it's a Chaplain Dreadnought. You can ignore the Lookout Sir rule and just bang it.
Well, that's good. Well, let's see if the relic Defixer uppers combos with it in any way. It's a Death Skulls mech or big mech model only. Each time the bearer uses the big mech or mechaniac or big mechaniac ability.
That'll do. You've said it enough times now. If you just keep saying mechaniac over again, we'll go with that.
Mechanakanaka. Roll 1d6 on a 2+ for selected vehicle, regains 1 additional wound. You can select 1 enemy vehicle unit within 12 inches of the bearer. And it says you can set 1 additional 1 enemy unit. That enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds.
Solid, it sounds to me.
Yeah, pretty good.
I mean, not extraordinarily brilliant, but solid is how I would look at that. I like them. I think the Death Skulls have got some play. I think there's some interesting options within the Death Skulls, but we don't need to talk about them anymore because we're now going to get on to the one that I like mostest, my favorite of all the Orc cultures, the Blood Axes. But why do I like Blood Axes so much, Phil? Why might you think?
Is it because they like demoomies?
Wow, it's because they're sneaky orcs, but also because Boss Snickrot is a Blood Axe model, and by all accounts is the coolest of all the Orc minis. It's between him and Captain Badrook. I'm always torn as towards which one I like more. But the Blood Axes have some fantastic fluff associated with them. Historically, they used to trade with humans. That was one of their key traits because they were one of the more intelligent Orc cultures. So they actually were known as sneaky Orcs because they actually used something resembling tactics when on the battlefield. And it used to be in like old 2nd edition. If you wanted to, you could take a unit of Blood Axe commandos, and then when you added the commandos, you could add an Imperial vehicle into your army. So you could take a looted Imperial vehicle because they would have essentially traded with the Imperium to get their hands on a Leman Russ or something. Which added to the whole kind of awesomeness.
Yeah, because I was looking for it earlier. I believe in the Freebooters book, there were human mercenaries that you could hire. So like even infantry. And I presume they were classed as Blood Axe Freebooters because of the association and trading deals that they used to make with the Imperial Guard.
Well, it was never the freebooters that were heavily involved in that side of things. It was definitely, well, it must be, obviously.
Oh, well, this is what I mean before, where it's like, it's the freebooters book, but ultimately there's freebooters from every single culture.
Yes, yeah.
So it was Blood Axes, but they were called freebooters Blood Axes, if that, in a weird way, because here, freebooters is a separate thing.
But yes, they're the sneaky orcs, and to demonstrate that, they have camo pattern armor, or rags or whatever it is that they take. But anyway, in terms of the actual Blood Axe rules, they have each time ranged attacks is made against a unit with this culture. If the attacker is more than 18 away, then the unit with this culture is treated as having benefits of light cover against that attack. So they're getting cover saves light cover saves when outside of 18 inches, which is fine. And then units with this culture are eligible to shoot or declare a charge with, but not both, in a turn in which they fell back. That is very strong.
I like them.
Really cool. Love it.
So they all start off in cover, whether they're in cover or not. And then the closer they get, they can... Okay, yeah, they can't advance and charge like the others, but they can either...
No.
Fall back and shoot, which is really good.
They can advance and charge with a war, though, Phil. Don't forget about that.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Don't forget about that. But we haven't spoken about that yet, so I can understand why we've forgotten about that.
So that was their tactics, not tic-tacs. But their tactics. pretty much almost about the same. So yeah, the warlord trait. I've got a plan, lads. At the end of the deploy forces step, select up to 3 Blood Axe units from your army and redeploy them. If the mission uses strategic reserve rules, any of those units can be placed into strategic reserve without having to spend any additional CP, regardless of how many units are already in strategic reserve. If both players have abilities that redeploy units, roll off the winner chooses who redeploys their unit first. That's really good.
Incredible.
So you can just...
It's one of the best warlord traits consistently. The ability to redeploy your stuff in the way 9th edition plays is insanely valuable.
So the Ultramarines redeploy, that is just moving around the table. This one, you can move around the table and stick them in strategic reserves, right?
Correct.
So that's even better.
Mate, it's
And
incredible.
the fact is that can work on units that are like a squadron of kill cans or a stomper.
The only reason why this isn't as good as the Ultramarines potentially is the way it's worded, because it's at the end of the deploy force step, so we don't know yet who's going first. So you've got to do it before you know what your opponent's doing. I.e., you need to do it before you know if you're going first or second. So you might, but the fact that you can mislead your opponent, the fact that you can use things and put them out there and bait them to put things in certain places. You might just have 3 units that you're always going to be putting into reserves, but you just put them on the table just to kind of, stir up some, misdirection or some confusion with your opponent. So there's definitely some strategies there that you can play. But it's definitely not as flexible as Phantasm or the Ultramarine variant, which at the moment triggers at the start of the first battle round. So you know what the outcome is, and then you redeploy accordingly. But there you go. Dead Sneaky, 1 CP is their stratagem. It's a strategic ploy stratagem. Use the stratagem at the end of your movement phase. If this mission you are playing is using strategic reserves, select 1 Blood Axe infantry unit from your army, excluding mega armor units, that is within 3 of any battlefield edge. Place that unit in strategic reserves. So 1 CP, you can chuck a unit back into strategic reserves, which again adds to the really interesting nuances of how this army can be played, because obviously you can use lots of commandos, you can use your warlord traits, you can use other things to effectively have units of orcs, commandos, kind of, running like guerrilla style warfare, fighting amongst the enemies and doing all these like sneaky attacks. Really interesting. I like it. I think it's a really fun archetype. It's not necessarily always going to be the most competitive thing you've ever heard of, but I think it's really thematic and really fun. And for 1 CP, it's a laugh.
Yeah. How does it work late game? So, because normally anything not deployed by the end of turn 3 is destroyed, right? So could you put something to strategic reserve turn 4 to come on turn 5? I can't remember if there was an FAQ on that or not.
There was an FAQ on it, yeah, because it was presumed that if you were to re-enter reserves, that you would ignore the impact of strategic reserves. But if you're not on the battlefield at the end of the game, you're considered to have been destroyed.
Oh, right, okay. So some good
but then,
maybe movement options then for getting around the board onto objectives if you need it.
And potentially some, again, to talk through some of the competitive options on there, you could work some while we stand, we fight style. Or not while we stand, we fight, whatever it's called, the flipping thing where you score points for not having a unit die. It might be called that, I forget.
It used to be, I think it's now changed, but to what?
Yeah,
who knows?
It's been a long time since I've played a GT mission. Anyway, or at least 2 months. Relic Field, the last bit of it.
The Morgog's Thinking Cap. Blood Axe model only. Relic may be taken by a vehicle model. At the start of your command phase, if the bearer is on the battlefield, you can roll a d6. On a 4+, you gain 1 command point. Oh, they're making a liar out of me when I said this ability wasn't around anymore. But it's a relic, not a warlord trait.
You're not a liar, Phil, if you don't know. You're just misinformed.
Yes, that's true. I mean, on a 4+ as well, that's pretty good. I like that a vehicle can take it as well, because why not?
Oh, mate, yeah, no, absolutely. No, I'm happy with how they've portrayed the Blood Axes. I think they're a really interesting force, and obviously, as we know from the Kill Team set that's coming along, we're going to get some gorgeous Commandos models coming around the corner as well. So I feel like there's a compelling reason for people to, consider adding a few Blood X Commandos to their forces, and playing around with some of the options that they afford you. I like them a lot. I think they're a fun force. If I was to do orcs, I would probably do Blood Axes, just because I think they're fun.
I think in terms of the theme, regardless of rules, I think Blood Axes is the one I would go for the most. Although I do like freebooters just because of the flash kit models.
I like freebooters as
and
well.
Badrock.
Should we just talk about them? Because actually, maybe that's the army I do. A detachment of freebooters, a detachment of Blood Axes, and a detachment of Evil Sons, and just be like, there you go.
Yeah.
A bit of a fun synergy. Freebooters. Now, their culture only has one element to it, which is each time a freebooters unit in your army destroys an enemy unit, after that unit attack has been resolved, until the end of the phase, each time an attack is made by another freebooters unit with this culture from your army, add 1 to that attack's hit rolls. It's pretty good. So essentially, you need to have killed something with a freebooters unit, but then all other freebooter units in your army will then be able to hit on +1, which, if that is a lot of flash kits, that's going to be hitting on 3s if you've remained stationary, 4s if you've moved, because they are actually ballistical 4. But obviously there are other, potential freebooters style units that you could take should you so choose to. What's the Warlord trait, Phil?
I was just going to say that was called Competitive Streak. I like it. It's, especially if your opponent's got lots of squishy units that you can easily finish off one. Otherwise, if against Custodes, probably not so good. The Warlord trait, Killer Reputation, is an aura ability. While an enemy unit is within 3 inches of this model, subtract 1 to the leadership characteristic of models in that unit, and each time a combat attrition test is taken for that unit, subtract 1 from the combat attrition test. Pretty good. Also, while a friendly freebooters unit is within 6 of this model, add 1 to the leadership characteristic of that model. I mean, I guess that's okay, because orcs have got on average leadership
7 or 8 leadership.
But I'm never a huge fan of leadership buffs.
It feels, given the relative lack of impact of the morale phase, I sympathize and agree with you that is leadership buffs always feel like the most underwhelming feature, don't they?
It might slowly get better, and especially now due to we've not talked about it yet, but the change to the mob rules in terms of how leadership tests are taken, that +1's actually quite useful potentially.
Potentially.
Yeah, but do you really want a freebooters model? Because they're going to be quite shooty. Do you want one within 3 inches of an enemy unit?
Well, sometimes you don't get a choice, mate. Sometimes these things happen.
That is true.
Just because you don't always want the rules to be, sometimes there needs to be a relative context to some of these rules, and sometimes it's advantageous to have them. But again, it's underwhelming to us as players to choose to take them, because we like to imagine that everything is always going to be going the way we want it to. But quite often that isn't the case, and sometimes you might be wishing that you did have this ability. But yeah. 1 CP, get dilute. Use this stratagem at the start of your command phase. Select 1 freebooters infantry unit from your army that is on the battlefield. Until the start of the next command phase, that unit gains the objective secured ability. Blimey. Again, given the fact that the good folk of the Death Skulls have OBSEC for infantry all the time, it's not really that incredible for 1 CP, but when it's useful, and it's certainly not bad, because OBSEC is really valuable in a game of 9th edition. You think so, Phil?
Yeah. I mean, it can... sometimes you don't need it switched on for everything, but, that one unit where you do need it, you can do it, and it costs 1 CP. So...
yeah, totally agree.
And then you're making the most of your shooty ability instead. The relic is the Bad Skull Banner. Freebooters model only. This relic may be taken by a vehicle model. While an enemy unit is within 6 inches of the bearer, it loses the OBSEC ability. Very good.
I mean, that's incredible, especially if you can put it on a vehicle, considering that that's things like stompers,
Kill rig.
Kill rig.
That's got
So,
a big aura.
It does have a big aura. It does have a big, fabulous aura. Well, there you go, Phil. That's us having ran through the cultures. Thinking back upon it, the one that stood out to me was the Death Skulls. What do you think?
I was actually going to say Bad Moons. I think
You like the Bad Moons.
Well,
you are a fancy fellow. You do like flashing the cash.
it seems like a pretty good one from what I remember. I think the Goths, was a bit of a classic as well.
Oh yeah, the Goths are definitely a classic. I like the Goths. I think there's some value to them. I think they're all interesting. I think again, it's going to really depend on your archetype. I think a lot of people are obviously going to look at snake bites and be like, transhuman physiology.
Yeah,
incredible.
Maybe Death Skulls. Yeah, I think they're free options at the beginning.
Yeah, they're all strong.
Is probably the strongest out of all of them. But then maybe you want better synergies for your army. I think they're all, there's not really any stinkers. There's a couple that you're like, they're okay.
My order of preference would probably go, thinking about it pragmatically, Death Skulls, Blood Axes, and then Evil Sons would probably be if I was try-harding with Orks, I feel like I could have more creativity with the Death Skulls. Like, I feel like there's more. The fact that your infantry characters are going to have OBSEC until obviously they FAQ that out is crazy. Because obviously, the idea that there's some horde of something stood on an objective and, say, for example, that's, I don't know, maybe it's something like, what are people taking that's not a troop choice that they're hoarding at the moment? I can't even think. Everyone's just basically spamming Skitarii Rangers, so it's difficult to assert. But, for example, if someone by some random happenstance was taking electro priests, the fact that you can charge a character into those electro priests and deny them an objective, in fact score that objective with a character, is pretty much.
I mean, it's cool. I don't think it happens that often though, because as you say, I think there's a lot of units that do have OBSEC, so when you're going up against those units, then you kind of get stuffed and that one model isn't going to make a difference. But yeah, if you're up against like a vehicle that normally doesn't have OBSEC, then you can be like, cool, I'm taking that off you.
But then, you think about some of the infantry units that aren't troops that now would benefit from that, like Storm Boys. You can take a 15 Orc unit of Storm Boys with OBSEC. I mean, that's pretty massive when you consider they move 12 inches, they advance an additional D6. If you've called a war, as we'll get to in a minute, they can charge off the back of it. And then OBSEC, it's like, bloody hell.
That's good.
Yeah, so this is the thing. I think there's a lot of creativity in there. I think you could definitely have a fun time coming up with Death Skulls ideas. Snake bites just sort of feel like, oh yeah, I'm going to just take all the Beast Snagger stuff, and it's a little bit paint by numbers. But I think Death Skulls could be. I think there's some secret sauce in them Death Skulls personally, but I have and can be wrong quite consistently. But in the spirit of that, we'll move on to the next thing, which is specialist mobs. So what are specialist mobs, Phil? I have never heard of them.
Neither have I. You've got the book. Tell me about it.
Oh, all right. Fair enough. Well, a specialist mob is essentially not a custom mob in the way that you might imagine a custom chapter. So, unlike in the case of a Space Marine, because they are so often the point of reference that we use, given their relative commonality, you aren't going to pick a series of custom traits that will then go on to be attributed to your entire army. No, Phil. What you are going to do is you are going to select specialist mobs, which are essentially special rules that impact one specific mob per detachment. So if you've got a big old mob of Goths, or rather not a mob of Goths, you've got an army of Goths, you could, in that one detachment, take that mob and assign them a specialism. In doing so, they would cease to be Goths, even though they might be painted as such, and go on to adopt this specific identity. For example, pyromaniacs. That sounds familiar to the olden days of our talking about the Astra Militarum stuff, right, Phil?
Indeed, Joe would be proud.
Exactly. So pyromaniacs, for example, can be a burner boys, a burner bomber, a bomb dacker snaz wagon, a death killer war trike, knob or war boss unit only. The selected unit gains the pyromaniac keyword and the following ability. Pyromaniac. Each time a pyromaniac model shoots with a burner, a scorcher, burner bottles, burner exhaust, a killer jet, Scorcher missile racks, or the Scorcher profile of a combi Scorcher, if when determining the number of attacks for that weapon, the dice roll result is less than 3, you make 3 instead. So basically, you will at least always get 3 shots off if you're a bunch of pyromaniacs.
That's quite cool.
Exactly.
So am I right in thinking these don't cost anything? They're just...
No, they're just freely given.
They just they cost you your clan...
Exactly. You become an
ability.
outcast. The other members of the clan, they tease you. They pick on you for your funny ways. Tee-hee-hee, pyromaniac, tee-hee-hee, they say. But then, who's laughing when the unit of burner boys, complete with their pyromaniac status, go to work burnerating the countryside? Burnerating. Oh, no, not burnerating. Burninating. There you go. Sorry, I was trying to remember the Trogdor song. For a moment there. You familiar with Trogdor, Phil?
Yes. Yeah.
He had one musty arm on his
old.
back.
Yeah.
It is, yeah. Well, like you and I, Phil, old.
Exactly. Shall I go through Boom Boys?
I mean, if we want to go through all of them.
Well, no, but let's do a few.
Let's do a few. Well, Boom Boys is next, so we
may Boom Boys sounds good. Let's do it. Big Mechs, Blitzer Bomber, Death Copter, Mech Knob, Tank Busters, Wagon or Warboss units only. Selected unit gains the Boom Boys keyword and the following ability. Boom Boys. Each time a Boom Boys model shoots with a weapon with a blast ability, improve the AP by 1. Pretty good.
Yeah, seems all right, doesn't it? I mean, again, sounds sensible. I quite like the sound of a squad of horrible gits. Horrible gits sound like they could possess some fun. And this is a Gretchen unit. So Gretchen core units only. The selected unit gains Horrible Gits. Horrible Gits. An Horrible Gits unit gains the objective secure ability. While any other unit, excluding Rumfords, is within 3 of an Horrible Gits unit, each time a model in that unit makes a ranged attack, subtract 1 from the attack's hit rolls.
Was that
right, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you can basically get in the way of people. Kind of like, get up in their grill, make them unable to hit quite as well. It's kind of fun, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah.
I think mostly it's, a lot of the others are +1 to hit or increase your AP for various stuff. Flyers get to, if you attack us more than 6 inches away, they're treated as having the benefit of light cover.
Yeah.
Okay,
so it's, I'll be honest with you, it's pretty underwhelming overall. I think, in all sincerity, you probably would be more compelled just to keep your native cultures rather than...
Well, here's the thing.
Not always, but sometimes.
I think there's some units that synergize really well with your culture that you've chosen, and then other units which really don't. And for those ones, they can benefit from this, right? Because there's no real downside. So it's like, why not? If they're not going to benefit from your culture, just give them this. So I think there probably will be some really cool options where you take, your main army, your main units, and then you've got a couple of other units that you're plugging in that you're giving these abilities to, just because you can.
I mean, I like it as a bit of extra flavor. I think it's kind of cool that you can just sprinkle this stuff into your army, and it doesn't break the army in terms of its, consistent battle forge status. And that's an interesting game mechanic that we haven't seen massively explored in current day 40k. So the fact that you can add even more customization into your army. I mean, it's overwhelming in some regards because ultimately, you could go so far as to suggest there's almost too much customization in 40k these days. But, if you're not of that persuasion, it's nice to get extra flexibility, I suppose, which is kind of fun. In the spirit of that, the next bit of this book is custom jobs and also mech custom jobs, which are essentially a series of upgrades, not too dissimilar, again, using Space Marines as the point of reference to things like Chapter Master or Chief Apothecary, abilities that upgrade units to improve their capabilities above and beyond what they might normally achieve. And this comes at a points or power rating increase, depending on obviously what system you're using to
I think
determine balance.
I think it affects both, because there are obviously some weird rules where stuff's done on power level. So, putting stuff in strategic reserve is done on power level, which is a bit odd.
You are right.
But it'll give you both. It also says here you can't give it to specialist mobs as well, which we just talked about. So
you're not quite able to achieve extra synergies, where a specialist mob then also is able to benefit from a custom job.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. So essentially, from a vehicles perspective, you've got the following things can be changed. You've got the Boomer, Fortress on Wheels, Gyroscopic Whirly Gig. That sounds fantastic. Mordacker, Nitro Squigs, Red Roller, Shocker Hull, Souped Up Speeds, Special.
I think it's meant to be like special, but it's like emphasizing the whole, maybe.
Yeah, Souped Up Special. Yeah, no, fair enough. Squig Hide Tires and Stompomatic Pistons. I mean, they sound pretty incredible. So essentially, these are a series of vehicle war gear options, actually. So I was entirely incorrect in my assertion. I mean, it seems more likely that these are kind of like war gear options that you can add to vehicles as opposed to other kind of upgrades, but it's presented in a similar way to, those aforementioned heroes of the chapters or whatever they're called for Space Marines.
Yeah, so it says you can upgrade any orc models in your army with one custom job. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Named characters obviously can't.
Oh, so this doesn't even necessarily relate to vehicles. It's infantry and bikes and everything. Dependent upon the specific stipulations.
There's vehicle custom jobs, which I presume are vehicles only. But then there's the mech custom jobs, which I think goes on infantry.
Yes, yeah. So you've got things like the Boomer, which is a wagon model equipped with a kill cannon only. This custom job adds the Boomer, which is a range 36 heavy 2d6 strength 8 -2 damage blast weapon. Now, I don't know just yet how that compares to what it is normally, but I assume it's better. So that's kind of cool. Fortress on Wheels, trucks and wagon models have a 5 up invulnerable. I mean, this all sounds like some nice upgrades, which is cool to see, I guess. I mean, is there anything you want to particularly call out, Phil?
Let's have a look at Mordacker. So vehicle model only. Each time a model shoots, roll 1d6. On a 4+, make 1 additional attack with each Dacker weapon this model is equipped with. On a 6+, make 2 additional attacks with each Dacker weapon this model is equipped with.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, not too powerful, but not bad either.
I like the idea of a Stompomatic Piston. So Death Dread, Gorkanaut, or Morkanaut only. Add 3 to the model's move characteristics and add 1 to the advanced rolls. So extra movement for the Gorkanaut, Morkanaut, or Death Dread is pretty meaningful. I was hoping that it would have some sort of impact on them stomping you into dust in the combat phase. But yeah, I mean, some interesting stuff here. I mean, it's cool that, again, more stuff, which is, no bad thing. And then in terms of mech custom jobs, you've got the Bionic Oiler, Enhanced Runt Sucker. Sounds a bit, a little bit untowards. Extra custom weapons, Smoky Gubbins, and Zapper Crumpers. So something like the Bionic Oiler is models equipped with the Grot Oiler only. This model's Grot Oiler can be used twice per battle instead of once. Ooh. It's actually quite handy, given what they do, which is essentially try and regen wounds. Anything you want to sort of call out?
Let's look at the extra custom weapon. Models equipped with custom mega sluggers or custom mega blaster only. Each time a model shoots with a custom mega slugger or mega blaster, make one additional attack with that weapon.
Yeah, not bad. Smoky gubbins, units that contain spanners models only, which I think relates to looters and burners. If that unit remains stationary, it is treated as having benefit of light cover. I mean, again, yeah, all right. I mean, it's the thing with these things. Like, immediately you can tell that this is toned down from what we were reading when we were going through the AdMech stuff. Like, the AdMech stuff was filled with, like, craziness, whereas this is all like, yeah, it's good. Which is...
It's all right. It's not giving you, like, +1 to wound, +1 to hit, or, like, increase your save by 2 or anything mad. It just all seems nice little additions that are like, oh, yeah, that's all right. And, yeah, probably worth I don't know, like the Smoky Gubbins is 1 point per model, or a lot of the others are like just a flat 10 points, 15 points. The vehicle ones range from 10 points to 30 points, and I think there's two. So sometimes there's +15 or +30, and that's due to whether you're over a certain, if you're over a power rating of 10 or more or not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, Phil, but it reads to me like there are a bunch of different people working in isolation of each other, writing these codexes with very little, fact checking or balancing going on. Because already, as the edition rolls on, I am seeing a Matt Ward effect, as they used to be called, where his codexes were the stuff of madness, whereas when compared to other rules writers which were relatively tame by comparison. So yeah, I don't know. It's interesting, isn't it? Because so far so good in terms of the orcs. They seem really interesting, but I'm struggling to assert that they are, crazy powerful. But I suppose we'll figure that out as we go forwards with the competitive scene starting to optimize everything, right?
Yeah, true. Should we go through a couple of the stratagems, like randomly pick some out?
Yeah, do you want to do 4 each, given that there's 3 pages of these things? 4 each, a healthy 8 stratagems. How's it about? Yeah, no, because there's the blues, the browns, the reds, the greens, and then the greys. So we could pick 1 from each color or
page.
Oh, yeah, that also works. Yeah, 1 each from each page. There you go. So 3 each is what we're doing.
Fair enough.
Why don't you start, Phil?
I want to do the gun crazy show-offs for 2 CP. Yeah. Use a stratagem at the end of your shooting phase. Select 1 flash gets unit from your army. That unit can shoot again, but must target the closest eligible enemy unit.
I mean, that's great.
So it is really good, but the stipulation that you got to shoot closest makes it from a crazy good to just that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Well, it depends in terms of how you line that up, right? Because ultimately, if you know you're going to implement this, and admittedly, obviously, it's a flash gets unit. On one hand, you know that you're going to be if you're shooting at the closest thing initially, you're probably calculating the opportunity of how likely you are to dispatch that thing. And ultimately, you can effectively have 2 rounds of shooting at it. So if you're shooting at a particularly resilient thing and it's the closest thing, then that's good times. And if it is that you feel comfortable that the thing that you are shooting at relative range compared to the closest thing is quite likely to die or take significant damage, and then the damage dealt to the closest unit is a nice sweetener, I think it's cool. Because I think this is the problem with a flash gets unit. Is a flash gets unit is going to, burn bright, but then die very quickly. Then they're just orcs at the end of the day. So being able to kind of capitalize on that moment where you bring them into range or bring them into line of sight of multiple targets, the idea that they can really make an impact with this double shot strat, it's quite nice, I think. I don't know. What do you reckon?
Yeah, no, it seems good. Pretty balanced. Fair enough for 2 CP.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly. In terms of my selection, I've noticed a stratagem that harks back to some of my much loved mechanics of old editions, and that being ramming speed. I'm excited. I love a good ramming. This is a 2 CP strat. Apologies if you heard a weird noise of me knocking the microphone with my headset there. Ramming speed. 2CP, use the stratagem in the charge phase when an orc vehicle unit from your army is selected to charge. Until the end of the phase, when making a charge roll for that unit, roll 3d6. Already sounding pretty reasonable. Until the end of the phase, when the unit finishes a charge move, select one enemy unit that is within the engagement range of the roll, 1d6. On a 2+, that enemy unit suffers d3 mortal wounds. So d3 mortal wounds and a 3d6 charge. 2 CP, admittedly, but I like it. It's cool, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of 2 CP strats on this page, I have to say.
Yeah, it really is.
Pretty much they all are. The ones that aren't are 1 CP or 2 CP. Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty good. I think it was at Death Roller. That's got some nice close combat potential. So getting that in on the charge plus doing some mortal wounds, and I think it can do that sort of thing anyway. So you're just doubling down on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice.
That's nice. Nice. I think we just said nice at the same time there, Phil.
Quite likely.
Or did you say nice? Or did I just hear it in my brain?
No, it was just an echo. Just an echo.
Is this us going back to the 2 heads, 1 body shtick?
If you want it to be.
Well, there you go. Get off my face, Phil. Get off.
I'm whispering into your ear.
That's it. I expect no less.
Which ones to do? There's so many choices. I'm going to do Tide of Muscle, despite Grot Shields looking pretty tasty.
I'll probably do Grot Shields, to be fair.
Tide of Muscle, 1 CP, finally, a 1 CP one. Use a stratagem in your charge phase when you select an Orc core unit, excluding Gretchen, from your army to charge. That unit can ignore any and all modifiers to the charge roll. It's rubbish. I mean, there might be times when it's useful, but...
Oh, yeah, no, there will be if you're up against, Custodes with their Tanglefoot grenades.
Oh, well, I was going to say, yeah, Tanglefoot, because the repulsors no longer have the... Oh, actually, they do, but it's via a stratagem now, isn't it?
Correct,
The repulsor field thing. Yeah.
And then there's Death Watch as well. Death Watch have a strat that can reduce your charge range as well for orcs. So...
Yeah, any and all modifiers, but if there was something that just are they all going
that would be a modifier, though, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's it.
But sometimes it's like half your charge roll. I guess that is a modifier.
That is very much a modifier. Yeah. So at the end of the day, orcs really want to get a charge off. So if there's any shenanigans that might get in the way of that, it's like an instance in Magic the Gathering, someone you've declared your sorcery and someone's gone, haha, counterspell, and then you've countered their counterspell, essentially. Yeah. Which is always nice. Grot Shield sounds compelling for 2 CPs. Use the stratagem at the start of your opponent's shooting phase. So this is something you have to do at the start of your opponent's shooting phase, which is an important caveat. Select 1 Orc infantry unit in your army, and then select 1 Gretchen infantry army for your army that is within 6 of that unit. And it hasn't specified whether that unit is closest yet, but let's continue reading. Until the end of the phase, anyone else cannot select the Orcs infantry unit as a target if the selected Gretchen unit is a closer visible target. Okay, fine. So the Gretchen need to be in front, and they need to be the closer visible target. But essentially, you cannot shoot a unit of Orcs if a unit of Gretchen are in front of them. That is a consistent Orc theme. But it's great. I think it's super strong, The only thing I wish, and I'm not entirely sure if it's in here somewhere, so I apologize if I'm overlooking a rule that is potentially in here somewhere. The only thing I wish in terms of the synergies between Grots and Orcs is I wish they would have rules where you were able to charge through Gretchen. I don't know if they've added that in somewhere in here, and I'm just neglecting to find it. But that always seemed like a rule that was always really cool. Like the idea that the Orcs had such low regard for the Gretchen that they, ignored the whole, we can't normally pass through these things. They normally just used to stomp their way through Gretchen walls because that used to play really nicely to their archetype. So you'd have like units of Gretchen at the front soaking up all the damage, and then the Orcs would just run over them in order to get stuck in. Maybe that's in here. I don't know, Phil. Have you heard anything about that?
No. I mean, it doesn't sound like something they do nowadays. I mean, there are a few things that go over or through, but it's quite a rarity.
Yeah, but it feels like it would have been a really nice thing to bring back. But here's what it is. What's your next one, mate?
True. I'll do the force field booster for 2CP. Use this stratagem at the start of your opponent's shooting phase. Select one model from your army that is equipped with a custom force field. Until the end of that turn, replace the custom force field ability with the following. It's an aura ability. Whilst friendly orcs, unit is within 9 inches of the bearer, they gain a 5-up invuln save. At the end of this turn, the custom force field overloads and cannot be used for the rest of the battle. You can only use a stratagem once per battle. Ooh, so what is an invuln normally a 6-up, or is it a 5-up but a worse range?
Yeah, I'm just reading it back to myself because I didn't know whether or not this was one of the things that people got confused about Makari having, because he doesn't have no, so it becomes a 5-up invulnerable save. So while friendly all units within 9 of the bearer at the end of your turn, yeah, I mean, it could be useful.
Yeah,
there's definitely instances, because obviously the fact that you can increase the range of it is valuable, I suppose, if you know that you're going to take a big turn of damage. So yeah, boosting the impact of it is probably worthwhile.
Yeah, what has... Oh, you're right. So normal custom force field is within 6 inches and a 6-up save, and the range can never be increased unless specifically stated otherwise.
Yeah.
So to go to 9, that is pretty big, and a 5-up also pretty big, but once per game.
Yeah, but then maybe if you have a couple of these guys, you can daisy chain it.
No, because you can only do it once per battle.
Oh, the stratagem once per battle. Oh, right. Well, then there's still. I mean, it might be valuable when it's again. It's
not bad. It seems pretty fair, and for 2CP, it's not a cheap option. It's enough to make you think, which is normally a good option.
Yeah. I like the sound of burn them all, but I feel like I'm gonna have to do more DACA because it sounds like the sort of thing that's, relatively important to the army. So I'm gonna go with more DACA. Use the strategy in your shooting phase. When an Orcs unit from your army is selected to shoot, until the end of the phase, DACA weapons that unit is equipped with are considered to be within half range when determining how many attacks are made with that weapon.
Ooh,
that's pretty good. That's very good, actually, to be fair. So 2CP and a unit of Orcs will be firing their DACA as if they were within half range, but are now obviously assumed to be at full range. Mm-hmm. So yeah, some interesting strats in there. I'll tell you what, and one of the things that, again, kind of like quickly breezing through these...
They're mostly 2CP strats.
They're mostly 2CP strats, which is intriguing. And also, they've kind of taken away a lot of some of the interesting things that they added in Psychic Awakening. Because some of the Psychic Awakening stuff that I thought was really flavoursome was some of the more crazy vehicle-based strats that they had expanded upon. I really liked the stratagem where you could essentially crash planes. Like, I thought that was a amazing stratagem.
Yeah, wasn't it too good and open to abuse, though?
Potentially, but I don't think anyone massively exploited it or used it while it was still a thing, because I just think the Orc archetype was just that you take loads of boys and then to jump them around the place. And, the way 8th edition was, it was so well defined that loads of bodies was the way to go. It didn't really make sense exploiting some of those builds, but I did feel like there were some really interesting elements that they brought in Psychic Awakening. But, they've got a good, covering of abilities. They've obviously tried to keep it pretty broad. I do like it. I think, again, and again, the CP value of these strats seem relatively well adjusted for. I mean, again, to, throw some shade at the AdMech stuff, the fact that they have a 1 CP strat to auto wound on rolling 4s to hit is beyond madness. Whereas, here, everything seems relatively well priced.
Yeah. I mean, they did fix that, at least.
They did. They made it a 1-2 and wound on 5s, admittedly. So obviously I need to, but the fact is that that's not what it was out of the gate. Whereas
True.
I'd be surprised if they need to drastically, change any of these at any point.
Yeah, what's interesting is obviously because a lot of these aren't 1 CP, 2 CP based on the size of your mobs, it's almost encouraging you to just always go for like the max size, because there's no penalty here to not, which is very thematic for Orcs rather than like MSU to just go lots of big blobs of orcs doing their thing. So I think that's a nice thing, that it's like, it's not forcing you, but it's like a gentle prod in that direction to build your army in a certain way, just to make the efficiency out of these stratagems.
Yeah, no, totally agree. I think it's interesting. So there we go. That's some brief insights on stratagems. We apologize, as always, that we don't get around to reading every stratagem. But these podcasts are long enough. And, you know, if you want to get bleeding edge competitive insights on absolutely everything that's going on, as you're well aware, there are many people out there doing that. So, you know, we encourage you to go check those out after obviously you've finished listening to us prattling on about what we reckon. Warlord traits. Now, interestingly, there are now 3 types of warlord trait. You've got an orc warlord trait, a beast snagger warlord trait, or a speed freaks warlord trait table. So each of them have their individual tables. Orc warlord traits are 1 to 6, beast snaggers and speed freaks 1 to 3. Again, in the interest of time, I'm probably not going to read out every single one of them. But we're going to try. In fact, no, let's just embrace this insanity. Let's read them all. I'm definitely not going through the psychic powers with the exception of the jump, because that's literally the only thing of note when it comes to orc psychic powers right now. But warlord traits, I reckon we can smash these out. So follow me, lads. This warlord has made a charge move this turn. Until the end of the turn, each time a friendly clan orc unit declares a charge against an enemy unit within engagement range of this warlord, add 1 to the charge roll for that unit. So if this warlord has made a charge move this turn, till the end of the turn, each time a friendly clan orc unit declares a charge against an enemy unit that is within engagement range. Fine. So the idea is the orc war boss chucks himself into the fray, and then the other lads are inspired, and as such add 1 to their charge rolls. So they are more likely to succeed in their charges. It's fine. In fact, actually, I'd go so far as to say it's okay, or if not, good.
Yeah,
the only issue with it
clever.
is, yeah, but you're exposing your warlord or war boss to some potentially bad Overwatch, but then a lot of the time, these guys are pretty tanky.
Also, it's like, I thought you were going to say you got to chuck your warlord in first, because the other guys, even though they've got +1, still might not make the charge. But I think that's quite thematic that the boss is the one that's wanting to get in there first.
Yes, yeah. I
so
mean,
yeah,
the caveat to that is that the boss needs to be in there to then, you know, so
get the benefit.
You get the benefit. So, but you know, I mean, yeah, it's all right. What about the next one, Phil?
Well, the next one I feel like you should have read out because it's Big Gob.
Indeed.
Add 3 to the range of a warlord's aura ability to a maximum of 9 inches.
I mean, that seems like the sort of ability befitting me. Although I don't necessarily feel like I've got great projection. I just feel like I can say a lot. I think if anything, I would probably be much less efficient at issuing commands because I'd say 100 words where 1 was needed.
Like you want a warlord trait called the Rambler.
Yes, that's it. The old Rambler. I was going to assume you meant this next one applied to me because it is, of course, hard as nails, which, as you well know, Phil, very well much applies to me.
Yeah.
Each time an attack is made that targets this warlord, subtract 1 from the attack's wound roll. So there you go. I mean, that's good.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
That is a good one. What's the next one?
The next one, well, I guess these 2 are the 2 heads, 1 body. So I'll be brutal but cunning. Actually, no, maybe that, I don't know. Do I want to be cunning but brutal? Anyway, I'm brutal but cunning this time. Each time the warlord fights, if all of its attacks target 1 enemy unit after resolving all of those attacks, it can make a number of additional attacks against that enemy unit equal to the number of attacks that did not reach the inflict damage step of the attack sequence during that fight. Okay, we've seen abilities like that before. I think Jakari had something like that, but that was the one that could infinitely loop, apparently.
Until it couldn't.
According to a certain guest on our podcast, until it got FAQ'd, of course.
Indeed. Shock horror.
But yeah, what a surprise.
Can I just say I hate that rule, not because of what it does, but because of how it's written. It's an abysmal piece of rules writing.
Yeah, when they talk about like did not reach the inflict damage step, I guess we know what it means, but it's just oddly worded.
It's awful. It's a terrible, terrible mess of a rule. Unfortunately, Games Workshop do these all too often, where they write these things over the top in this method, and it just sort of reads really. But I get what it means.
Yes,
right? It's just a bit of
although
a
weirdly, this also doesn't say, and it might not need it because of how it's worded, but it probably should say, just to clarify, these attacks do not generate additional attacks as well. Just for clarity, or actually maybe they don't need to, because that now became a generic FAQ thing.
I doubt they considered that at all when they did this. I just assume it's that maybe there's nothing in here that allows them to fight twice, except for maybe stratagems.
Oh no, what I mean is, so okay, you do 5 attacks. Let's say 4 don't go through to the damage step. So those 4 attacks, you get to attack again, right? Let's say 3 of those don't get to the damage step. Do you now get to attack with those 3 again?
So what you're basically...
assume no, which is constantly attacking until every single one has done damage, basically.
So you may as well just turn around and say, I'm not going to roll for it, because basically the way this rule is written, all 6 of my attacks will eventually wound with the way it needs to resolve.
Well, no, I'm saying people could interpret it that way. I don't think that's how it's written. And I think because of the Drakari rule that did allow that, what they then did is do a generic FAQ to rules that have this kind of ability. So it's not under the Drakari FAQ, so therefore this needs to be done. It was done under a core rule, rare rules. So that should have fixed this problem, basically.
Yeah, but they definitely need to do a better job of writing these rules. This is ugly, but there we go. Cunning but brutal. At the start of the fight phase, this warlord is within engagement range of an enemy unit. It can fight first that phase. Cool.
Yeah, I don't necessarily like those ones, because if you get charged, they still get to go first. Like, correct. It just means you also count as having charged, so you both fight first, but then the person who charged is the active player, so they get to go first.
Yeah.
So these rules are kind of okay, but they don't trump certain rules. So it's not as good as it seems, is what I reckon.
No, I agree. It would be more beneficial if this rule had like an effect that made models fight last, as opposed to, pick a unit if fights last would probably be more valuable than you always go first. So yeah, there you go. Or not that you always go first, that you can fight first. What's the last one, Phil?
Might is right. Add 1 to the warlord's strength and attack characteristics. Oh, that's pretty tasty.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's all shades of okay. This is the thing, though, with these warlord traits, right? Like, nothing remarkable, except for... Again, no, nothing remarkable. It's it's a nice selection. Nothing crazy. It's all pretty boilerplate. Beast Snagger warlord traits. Let's see what these guys bring to the table. Big Killer Boss. Each time this warlord fights, if it is within engagement range of an enemy vehicle or monster, then units, until that fight is resolved, add 2 to this warlord's attack characteristics. So you get 2 extra attacks when fighting a vehicle or monster. And each time this warlord makes a melee attack against a vehicle or monster, add 1 to the attack's wound rolls. That is a good warlord trait.
But that's literally smashed all the others out of the park already.
Exactly. It's almost like Beast Snaggers are new. Who would have thought that they would have better, more interesting rules? I've never known Games Workshop to do this before. I am shocked and or appalled.
Maybe if this codex, the Beast Snagger is really good. Maybe the next codex they make the classic orcs really good, in the same way that they've done it with Space Marines.
Indeed, in an attempt to continue the sales cycle.
Yeah. So the next one, again, this one's for you, Dan, is the Beast God.
It relates to a mouth.
Yeah, you're all mouth.
There we go.
The
mouth.
All mouth, no content or food or something. I don't know. While this friendly clan squig unit is within 6 inches of the warlord, each time a model in this unit makes a melee attack with the Squig Hog Jaws, Smasher Squig Jaws, or Squigosaur Jaws, add 1 to the attack's damage characteristic. Seems pretty good.
Yeah, seems all right. Half chewed. While this warlord is within engagement range of an enemy character or monster unit, each time this model would lose a wound, roll a d6 on a 4+. That wound is not lost.
Well, that's good.
That's
as well.
Crazy. 4+, shrugging off wounds. Good God.
But only when it's in engagement range of a character or monster, so it's not.
Yeah, but you think about some of the monsters you could get in a fight with, or some of the characters. You're talking about people like Mortarion, Bloodthirsters, big beasties. Now, admittedly,
If you're going up against a monster, though, would you rather have +2 attack, +1 to wound, or the +4 shrug?
Big killer boss all day long. Yeah, absolutely. There's no way I would
leave home without it.
No, it's easily the best, isn't it, of that lot? What about speed freaks, Phil? What about them?
We've got Road Killer. After this warlord has made a charge move, you can select one enemy unit within 1 inches of it, and on a 2+, you do D3 mortal wounds. It's okay. I mean, it's all right.
It's all right. Get up in their faces. This warlord is eligible to shoot in a turn in which it fell back. Yeah, it's all right.
They missed a trick here. Like, why isn't it get up in their grill? Because that's a bit more of a car pun.
That would have been more of a car pun. Not only is it an underwhelming warlord trait, it's missed out on a perfectly viable pun. But the next one, I'm sure this one's good. What is it?
Junk Boss. You get a 4-up invuln save. Yay!
Wow.
I'd pick that one out of all of them.
So basically, take a beast snagger as your war boss. That's the as your warlord. That's the message.
Yeah. Wait. No. Surely you can't. Right. No. It does say at the top that only speed freak characters can be your warlord. Okay, but they can be beast snaggers.
You could have a beast snagger warlord and no other beast snaggers in your army, but you could still take a beast snagger warlord.
Right. What's confusing? You can have a beast snagger. And this isn't talking about clans though, so you can't have a beast snagger taking the speed freaks ability, can you?
No, you can't do that, but you could have a speed freak. Forgive me. You could have an evil son's beast snagger with a beast snagger warlord trait.
Oh yeah, with a beast snagger one. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were trying to give the beast snagger the speed freaks ability. Okay.
What I'm saying is, if you're not taking Gazcol, if you're not particularly married to any of the culture warlord traits, it's the big snaggers or bust, really, isn't it, in terms of warlords? And I dare say in terms of their minis and what they actually offer in terms of unit rules, they're going to be above and beyond. But before we get to them, we're just going to very quickly touch on a couple last things, which is obviously going to be the WAR system, but also psychic powers. The psychic power that we're going to talk about is the jump, because anyone who's played Orcs knows that the only psychic power that matters even the smallest amount is the jump. And the jump is now a blessing. The jump has a warp charge value of 7. If manifested, select one friendly clan core unit within 12 of the psyker, remove that unit from the battlefield and set it up anywhere on the battlefield more than 9 away from an enemy model. The jump is the same. With an important caveat. And the important caveat to the jump is that it is a lot harder to cast the jump than it used to be. Because the weird shenanigans used to be with weird boys that for every 10 models, every 10 orc models within 6 inches or 12 inches of them, they reduced or increased the value of their psychic test by 1. So essentially, if you had 30 orc boys around a weird boy, you would successfully manifest a warp charge 7 power on a 4. What they've done now is they have changed it. So if you have 20 orc models within range of the weird boy, you can now cast a second or an additional psychic power. And that is a massive change, because the thing about the jump was it was guaranteed before, because you would have 30 boys near the weird boy, and that would more or less mean that you were succeeding on a 4-up, which was highly probable, which basically meant that the jump was just a guaranteed thing. Whereas now, you've got to roll that 7. And that is much less feasible than a 4. Not impossible.
Yeah, I mean, it is
Far
on
from it,
average. It is the average that you're going to roll.
Yeah, of course.
And I do wonder if there'll be some relics that allow you to boost your ability. I know you don't want to talk about any others, but I've just seen Fists of Gork. It's pretty good.
Go on then, mate. Give it a go.
It's a blessing, walk charge value of 6. If manifested, select a friendly orc character model within 12 inches of a psychic and visible to them until the start of the next psychic phase. Add 2 to the model's strength and attack characteristic. And if the result is 11 or more, add 3 to the strength and attack characteristics. And if you think you can put that on a guy that's got the big killer boss that's already getting +2 attacks anyway and +1 to wound, oh my god, like, think of the combos you'll be able to pull off.
Yeah, no, there is some interesting stuff you can do with that for sure. I was just looking at the relics just for reference. There's only one that affects psychic powers, and it only affects witchfire powers, which obviously means that it would affect your oh no, because Fist of Gork is a blessing, but so it would affect the Crunch, Ed Banger, and well, that's it. But yeah, in terms of the Jump and Fist of Gork, these are blessings. So this Scorch Git Bones relic would not have any positive impact.
There's a lot of Beasthead ones that are Witchfire.
Yes, yeah. So I suppose there's some options there. We won't get into excruciating detail on these either, but in terms of the chapter approved rules, the secondary mission stipulations, you've got 4 in here. Stomp 'em good, the biggest and the best, get the good bits, and Green Tide. Green Tide seems interesting because basically what Green Tide is oh god, what's it called where you have to be in the 4 corners of the battlefield? It's called engaged on all fronts. Except there is no stipulation with this that you can't be within 12 of the center of the board. But however, there is a stipulation that the unit scoring it needs to be 11 or more models. So essentially you need to have hordes doing the Green Tide. But you can do it nearer the center of the battlefield, which is a stipulation which applies to engaged on all fronts. So that's kind of interesting. It's probably one of the interesting ones to go for. The good bits I'm not super into because it requires you doing action. So essentially you determine which of the objective markers in No Man's Land will be the good bits. And then you essentially have to assign an orc unit to it and perform an action. And if you perform that action, you are then going to accrue the victory points for it. Seems like a bit of a faff and seems like something that's not going to really synergize very well with what you're trying to do with your army. Stomp 'em good seems logical because it's essentially kill more than your enemy. And if you kill significantly more, you get more points. And the biggest, the best is essentially if you select the secondary, you score 3 victory points at the end of each battle round. If your orc warlord kills stuff. So if your warlord kills a monster or a vehicle, a character, if it does any of those things, you get 5 victory points at the end of a turn. Or rather, sorry, if you destroy, if you
or
destroy
5 or more enemy models.
5 or more enemy models, thank you. That was my mistake, yeah. So basically, your warboss has to kill a character, a vehicle, or 5 or more models, and you get 3 victory points for that.
So the monster vehicle character has to be in combat, but the 5 or more enemy models can be anything.
Yeah, and the implication here is that you could do multiples of these things somehow, which is, I suppose, feasible. But
yeah, so you could do 2 of those, for example, and then you cap out. So it's 3 points each, but you cap out at 5. I mean, it feels like if you're going to really like tech into like a souped up boss on Squig with all of these cool warlord traits give you tons of attacks, then doing one of them is quite achievable. 2 maybe not, but who knows. Depending on what weapons they've got.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is the thing with the chapter approved rules or these special secondaries, right? Like they're often a bit of a bone of contention in terms of people get frustrated by the fact that obviously armies have access to stuff that they don't have and it creates imbalance. None of these feel especially over the top, but then they are consistently strong. I think the fact that Green Tide is rewarding you 3 victory points if you're in 2 table quarters, and then 5 victory points if you're in 4 table quarters is really quite powerful because obviously you know, the way Engaged in All Fronts works is you get 2 for being in 2 table quarters. 2 for being in 3 table quarters, and then 4 for being 3 for being in 5 table quarters. So, or not 5 table quarters, 4 table quarters. Maths, numbers, things are eluding me here. But the point is that this is potentially better than that, which is quite meaningful. So yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, again, when it comes to these chapter approved rules, I'm relatively checked out when it comes to all this stuff. Not that I mean to kind of belittle it. It's that thing where I'm like, cool, whatever, secondary is great. You can do some interesting synergies around this and build into it, which will obviously play into your strategies. I imagine if I was going to prioritize any one of these, I'd probably feel like Green Tide is the most consistently useful. But Stomp 'em Good could also have some play, but then Stomp 'em Good doesn't feel dramatically that different from the generic secondary where you kill more than your opponent. I mean, what do you reckon, Phil, on these chapter approved rules?
Yeah, I mean, they seem pretty good. I'm just wondering, like, so the one where Stomp 'em Good, you got to destroy more in combat than friendly non-Gretchen units were destroyed. Okay, I was thinking, can you just take like one Gretchen squad and hide it out? But obviously not. Interesting about the Green Tide. Didn't that used to be a stratagem where you could bring orcs back, and now that's not there anymore?
That is not there anymore. Yeah, which is it's a very sensible change. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they seem all right. They've quite often always seem all right. These bonus
sometimes
mission
they
objectives
can seem really good. It's just in this instance they all seem pretty reasonable. I suppose the difference with Stomp 'em Good is that if you are taking Gretchen units, they're not considered for the purposes of stomping them good. You can accept that as a casualty, whereas if you're doing Grind Them Down or whatever it's called, that would account for the Grotz units.
Yeah,
so
and with this one, obviously you can use your at least one squad of, I say we've got Gretchens as your screen, and make sure your orcs can't be shot at. So there's some potential good strategies there to maybe pull that one off.
So Stomp 'em Good actually, yeah. So Stomp 'em Good and Green Tide have got some play there. I feel. I feel like the biggest and the best is always a gamble, right? Because when you're basically rolling on your warlord, you need that warlord to be active, and it can just go very wrong very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it also depends on, like, if your army is a bunch of other monsters or vehicles, then this might feel like a bit of a no-brainer. Whereas if they don't have many of them, then you've just got characters and you've got to kill 5 models, which should be doable, but you're not capping out probably killing, doing 2 things a turn.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. It's an interesting selection.
Yeah.
No, I do need to try and invest a bit more time in understanding some of the nuances of the competitive play. I've played in a few tournaments, as people may know already, but I don't know. This whole secondary system still really just frustrates me. I'm not into the mission structure that they are peddling as the way to play at the moment, but I've said that enough. So let's move on. So data sheets in terms of the rules as described on page 80 refer to a few special rules that we haven't actually touched on yet. So it's probably important that we just do that. Here we go. You can reroll charge rolls for a unit with this rule. So here we go is pretty cool. That's a seemingly generic but ultimately data sheet specific ability. So units that have the here we go rule are re-rolling their charges. Ramshackle is super interesting. Ramshackle used to be quite a convoluted rule at one point, and then I think it just became like Feel No Pain 6+ or something in the past, whereas now it is like Duty Eternal, right? So it's basically -1 damage, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah, if it's a strength 6 or less. But you're right. I think in 8th edition when... Yeah, in 8th edition, at least in the indexes, it was a Feel No Pain.
Yes. And it's 7 or less, Phil, not 6.
Oh, is it?
Strength characteristic of 8 or more.
8 or more, yeah.
So 7 down.
Yeah. What's interesting with this is, because I double checked the Forge World units because, grot tanks I've got, in a bag somewhere that I've always been meaning to build. They have this rule. So I was like, oh, have they got the old rule or is it somehow updated? But cleverly, and this is something we not necessarily complained about, but pointed out that pretty much everything in the Forge World Compendium just says they have this ability, see Codex, whatever. So they have Ramshackle, it says see Codex Orks. So they now have automatically gained the latest and greatest Ramshackle ability. So I think that's quite good. And on vehicles like them, as well as, Kilcans, Death Dreads, I think this ability is pretty good.
Hurry up and paint them grot tanks, Phil.
Exactly.
That's clearly the project to go for, mate. Get in there. Get that done. Mob rule. So this is a big change. So mob rule in the past was one of the really extraordinarily strong orc abilities. Now it's a bit different. And that is to say that now it is while you're within 6 of a friendly clan mob unit that is not under half strength, this unit is never considered to be under half strength. So essentially, as long as there is a full strength unit within 6 of this unit, then they are never considered themselves to be under half strength. Now, where that's interesting, because they basically just state clan mob unit, that could be anything. So an independent character is not a half strength unit. It's just a one model unit. So essentially, as long as you've got something next to them, they're always going to be groovy.
Surely mob is a keyword for big units.
Oh,
though.
yes. Sorry, I misrepresent the mob unit situation. So let me just double check this. So yes, you are absolutely right. There is a mob keyword in there as well. Apologies. So I'm wrong about that. It has to be another mob that they are within.
But I mean, you could potentially have quite a small mob. The smallest of small mobs. Some
people just have small mobs, mate. That's just how it is.
I know. And some people have giant mobs.
I wouldn't know about
that. So Beast Snagger, that's a special rule as well. Okay.
Yeah, so Beast Snaggers, they have special rules. Who would have funked it?
Yeah. Each time a model with this ability makes an attack that targets a vehicle or monster, add 1 to the attack's hit roll. Plus, every model in this unit has a 6+ invulnerable save. So with that Beast Snagger Warlord trait, it's like getting +2 to hit, plus 2 attacks, plus 1 to hit, and 1 to wound against monsters and vehicles. I mean, that's what they're themed to be going against. But wow, that's pretty good.
It's a very disjointed way of expressing that rule, though, isn't it? It's like, God, it's everywhere. It's like, okay, page 80, it's like, wow, you're just putting this stuff all over the shop. But whatever. I mean, it's there. People can retain and understand how that works. But where are they getting a 6-up invuln from, though? These Beast Snaggers. What is it that they're doing that grants them a 6-up invuln?
I presume it's just they've got tough-eyed on that squigs.
Is that what it is?
I assume so. And it's that thing where what is an invuln save meant to represent? To me, I've always said a Baneblade should have an invuln save because it's just totally representing super thick armor. Whereas I think in the past it's like, oh no, invuln saves represent force fields. But they can also represent just the fact that you're a nippy elder unit that's able to dodge stuff, and it's like, oh okay, but you can't just represent something that's really durable.
Yes.
No, that's what the toughness characters do for. Okay, thanks.
Yes.
So here it's just, I guess, tough hide is my guess.
Or some kind of magic force field nippy shenanigans.
Maybe they just believe they deserve an invuln and they magic it with their mind.
Then it became real.
Yeah.
So the WAR system is kind of interesting as well. So before there was one flavor of WAR, but now there is Speed WAR. So WAR and Speed WAR, the beautiful synergy. If you happen to be Gazkol Fracker, you can call upon a Speed WAR and a WAR simultaneously. But otherwise, if you are a war boss, you WAR, and if you are a speed boss, you Speed WAR. There you go. The regular war is essentially Orc core, Orc character units in your army are eligible to declare a charge even if they advanced. So that's big. And then add 1 to the attack characteristic of Orc models. So you are advancing and charging and adding 1 to your attacks. The other thing that's kind of unique about both these wars is there is the initial, impressive beginnings of a war, or not beginnings of the war, but the initial impact of it. So when you summon the war out of the gate, it is obviously its most potent form, and that is where you essentially have stage 1, which is the advance and charge and +1 attack. But then as the war starts to disperse through the crowd, starts to lose its potency, you move to stage 2, which is essentially the second piece of stage 1, i.e. +1 attack. That effect remains. So there you go, a change to the war. What does a speed war do, Phil?
I was just going to add in that those happen in the command phase, right?
Oh, that is also true. They've added it as a command phase now, accounting for the extra phase.
So it's from command phase to command phase when phase 1, phase 2 kicks in. Speed war, the first stage is the big race. Orc models from your army do not suffer the penalty incurred to their hit rolls for firing assault weapons in the same turn. Their unit advanced. Each time an Orc vehicle or Orc biker model from your army shoots with Dagger weapons, make 1 additional attack with that weapon. That's pretty good. Plus, each time a model in an Orc vehicle or Orc biker unit from your army makes a ranged attack, improve AP characteristic of 1. And then stage 2 is give them some Dagger, and that's the last bit where you increase your AP by 1 for Orc vehicles and Orc bikers. Pretty good.
I mean, all seems pretty good, unless, of course, you're already running Evil Sons, in which case you're benefiting from one of these abilities out of the gate.
True.
And it seems quite likely that if you're going to be running a Speed Freaks type army, you're probably going Evil Sons. So it does beg the question why they felt like they should basically duplicate an ability.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that the speed war is for every Orc bike, for every clan that will have them, they can do it, and then to represent the fact that that subculture are so good, they can do part of it already to make them, even though it is doubling up. That's I see it.
I have to be honest though, I think if I was going to run a Speed Freaks what they call it now, Evil Sons list, I almost certainly would just bring a regular war boss, unless of course there's because it's all a core unit, so my bike units would still be able to advance and charge. I feel like that's probably valuable, right? And then obviously they would ignore the penalty for advancing with their assault weapons, although the bikes aren't equipped with any assault weapons, they're all Dagger weapons. So it doesn't mean I can advance anyway. It's one of those things where I feel like, I don't know, you could definitely see some potential there. But it's interesting that they've added some extra flavor to the war and really kind of explored, some additives to it. But I think, the one where you're advancing and charging with infantry and the one where you're adding +1 to your attacks is almost certainly going to be the more preferable option than the speed war, which is good. It's just that, again, as I say, given the fact that Evil Sons gain the benefits of that war natively, it's just one of those things where it just becomes a little less potent, which is fair enough. So, Phil, in the usual style of things, I reckon we're about, I know we've spoken about this now for probably 2 hours, 20 minutes, and we haven't even gotten into the units yet. So let's attempt, as we will, to wrap up all our Orc chatter by talking about some of the units and then just doing our general bit at the end where we summarize our thoughts and feelings on everything. Would you like to pick a unit first, Phil? Would you like to talk about anything that you're especially interested in within the new range of minis? Anything at all, pal? Or would you like me to go first?
No, I'm happy to go first. I'm gonna go for the Beast Boss on Squigosaur. So he is one model with a movement characteristic of 10 inches, weapon skill 2 inches, ballistic skill 5+, strength 6, toughness 7, wounds 9, 5 attacks, leadership 8, 4+ save. He's armed with a slugger, a beast chopper, and a squigosaur jaws. So the slugger, pistol 1, range 12 inches, strength 4, no AP, 1 damage. The thump gun, which this model can be equipped with a thump gun. Okay, I guess that probably costs points. So 18-inch range, assault D3, strength 6, -1, D3 damage and blast. That's not bad because it's D3, so you know you can get that optimal max 3 shots a lot easier. The beast chopper, melee weapon, strength user, -2, 2 damage each time the bear fights. Make 1 additional attack. So that'd be 6 attacks. Strength 6, -2, 2 damage, not too bad. Lastly, the squigosaur jaws, melee attack, strength 7, -3, 3 damage each time the bearer fights. Make 3 additional attacks with this weapon, and no more than 3 attacks can be made with this weapon. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts 3 mortal wounds on the target, and the attack sequence ends. I presume to represent the fact you just gobbled someone up. I mean, they do give Death Rider horsey clip clops a run for their money, because this is certainly better. He's obviously got a bunch of abilities as well. Dead Tough. That represents a 5-up invuln save, apparently. Oh, okay. Again, talking about how invuln saves work. Cool. Right.
They're tougher than a Baneblade, mate.
They are well tough. I mean, toughness 7 and a 5-up invuln. I mean, it's only a 4-up save, but they're almost tougher than a Baneblade. Especially against las cannons or melters, then they definitely are. Also, they've got a thick hide. Each time an attack is allocated to this model, subtract 1 from damage characteristic to a minimum of 1. Well, they are becoming tougher than a Beyblade.
Yes, they are.
They've also got the Beast Boss Aura, friendly clan Beast Snagger core or clan Beast Snagger character unit within 6 inches. Each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, add 1 to the attack's hit rolls. That's interesting. I was expecting it to be like a chapter master or captain reroll 1s, but it's just +1 to hit instead. That's pretty good. Doesn't really affect him though, because he hits on 2s anyway.
But put into context the warlord trait that we were talking about earlier with the +2 attacks, the extra bonuses for fighting against monsters or vehicles. This guy can be an absolute destroyer of vehicles on his own. Well, yeah,
so
right?
he does by default with his melee weapon, the Beast Chopper. He's doing 6 attacks, plus he's doing an extra 3 attacks because of the Squigoth's jaws. And then he could potentially be getting was it 2 extra attacks with the warlord trait? So 6. So he's doing 8. So 11 if you count them all up together. He could literally chew through some stuff.
Yes. Yeah. No, I mean these Beast Snagger characters in particular, but these Beast Snagger units are going to represent a real difficult time for things like the Imperial Knight armies that are popping up now that they are relatively good at dealing with AdMech. Once you start dealing with some of these Beast Snagger things coming into your ranks, that's definitely going to start to cause you some very serious headaches. Plus, the miniatures are gorgeous. Like these new Beast Boss on Squigsaurus or Squigosaur minis are absolutely, gorgeous.
How many points do you think he would be?
God, now you're asking. It's got to be something really stupid, hasn't it? 85.
Oh no, he's not that cheap. He's
okay.
145.
I mean, that is pretty cheap for what he's bringing to the table.
5 for the thump gun.
Oh well, there you go. I mean,
seems like that's basically the price of a Baneblade. No, sorry, a Baneblade, a Lehman Russ.
Yes,
And I know if I had the choice, which one I would be taking.
Well, exactly right. What you mean, the 5-up invuln with the -1 damage that hits like a truck? Yes. I'll be taking that. Thank you.
On the plus side, he is limited to 1 per detachment, so that is a saving grace for non-orc players.
It feels like, for the sake of comparison, we should talk about Mosrog Skagbad.
Oh, please do.
Just on the basis that this is the Great White Squig, the even more terrifying variant of said boss. So Mosrog Scragbad is equipped with a thump gun, gut ripper, big chomper jaws. Your army can only include one of him. He's got a movement of 10, weapon skill of 2+, ballistic skill 5+, strength 6, toughness 7, 9 wounds, which is pretty hefty. 6 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3+ save. We've already established what the thump gun is. It's range 18, assault D3, strength 6, -1, D3, and blast. Big chompers jaws, strength 7, -3, flat 3 damage. You get to make 3 attacks with it. And if a wound roll of 6 is inflicted, you do 4 mortal wounds.
Even
better. And Gut Ripper is strength +1, so you'll be strength 7, -2, 3 damage, which is pretty beastly. And as we know, if this guy dies, he gets back up on a 4+ if you've taken him as your warlord. This model has a 4-up invulnerable save.
Tougher than a rock squig. I love that.
Mate, I mean, that is crazy. So he's got 4-up invuln, he's -1 damage, and he's got the same Beast Boss aura. How many points is Moz old Skagbad, Phil?
Let me have a quick look. He is... Wait, is it done enough? Oh, right. 170.
I mean, you're going to be taking him for days, aren't you?
I mean, he's not paying the 5 points for the thump gun. That comes included.
That does come included, yeah. So
I mean, they're both
20-point
good. I guess the benefit is, and we've not thought about this yet, is the regular one could take a relic.
That is true. So you could add some interesting flavor to it with the relics. Also, you can take a bunch of different warlord traits with it, because actually there's some quite interesting warlord traits that we've been through in terms of beast snagger warlord traits, but also some of the culture warlord traits as well.
Yeah. Can you do a custom a specialist
mob?
Specialist
mob
he's
on
not
a mob. No, I don't think he gets a specialist mob.
No, I
variant.
thought so.
Not a mob.
No, fair enough.
But still, man, I mean, anyway, long story short, I think either of those options is going to be pretty cool. I imagine most people will go with Beast Boss as opposed to the Mosrog Skagbad, because I think there's just a bit more flexibility in that. But this guy is definitely scary. I wouldn't want to see either of them across the tabletop.
Can you take both together?
In 2 separate detachments, yeah. Because they are war bosses.
Right, because they're both war bosses. So yeah, okay.
Yeah, you'd have to take separate detachments for both of them. But yeah, no, interesting. What do you want to talk about next, Phil? What's next on the list of things you're interested in discussing? Maybe the Squig Hog Boys or Battle Wagon. What choose you?
Oh, let me just have a little look through the list. Is it worth talking about the commandos just because they're new?
Yeah, let's talk about the commandos. I'm really excited about the commandos release. I think there is it's funny because obviously in the codex we're still using the old photography of the old commandos kit.
Very strange.
So I'm curious whether or not the new kit has introduced any changes which might then lead to this data sheet being updated by other resources, be that potentially potential content for the Warzone, whatever it's called.
Aeldari, yes.
Yeah, maybe they'll add a new Commandos squad variant.
I get the feeling, I mean, I could be wrong, but actually, no. Well, you do get things like Breacher Ram, so I don't know if they existed in the old ones. We'll go through it and we'll see. They are 4 to 14 commandos, movement 6, weapon skill 3+, ballistic skill 5+, strength 4, toughness 5, 1 wound, 2 attacks, leadership 6, 6+ save. Obviously, all orcs are now toughness 5, which is good. The boss Knob obviously can only take one of them. He basically gets +1 strength, so he's strength 5, +1 attack, and +1 leadership. So 3 attacks, leadership 7,
and +1 wound.
Oh yeah, +1 wound. So
Yeah.
it's because he's a knob.
He is.
Some people have big knobs.
I mean, before we were saying mobs, mate, because it was a clever, play on words there. What you've done there is just become crude.
Oh, okay. Sorry, everyone.
I won't. Exactly. I won't get involved in your crude humour.
That is what GW of the 80s was clearly going for, though.
Quite clearly. But now it's just accepted,
No, I know.
When a unexpected mother comes into a shop and says that my son is interested in playing orcs, and the store manager turns around and says something to the effect of an aspiring knob, they just have to accept that is a terminology that will become normalized throughout that individual's life.
I mean, I feel like we should explain to our international listeners what it's slang for, but I feel like maybe they should just look that up on their own. If
they clearly know. Like, how do you not know what knob is slang for?
No, I guess so.
It's a doorknob.
Yes. Moving on. Every model is equipped with a slugger, a chopper, and stick bombs. Okay.
Beautiful pronunciation.
Yes, I was trying to work out what's going on. So there are other weapon options. So there's a shocker pistol, range 6, pistol D3, strength 6, -1, 1 damage. It's got the blast ability. Each time an attack is made with this weapon is allocated to a vehicle model. The attack characteristic becomes D3 instead. That's not bad. Not great, not bad. Slugger, 12-inch range, pistol 1, strength 4, no AP, 1 damage. A breacher ram is a close combat weapon, +2 strength, so 6, -2, 2 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, the target does not receive the benefit of cover against the attack. And I guess that's only like hard cover in close combat, which does happen from time to time. Then you got your chopper, which is your standard chopper, I guess. Strength user, -1, 1 damage, but you get 1 additional attack each time you fight. You've then got you got a couple of other war gear abilities. So you got bomb squig. Once per turn, when a unit with a bomb squig is selected to shoot to or fires Overwatch, if you have any bomb squigs remaining, the unit can release one. Although in the new kit you only get 1, so I don't know if these existed before, and if so, how many you're meant to have. When it does, you can select 1 enemy unit, excluding aircraft, that is within 12 inches of the unit with the bomb squig. When firing Overwatch, this unit must be the charging unit, and roll 1d6, adding 1 to the result if the enemy unit is a vehicle. On a free up, the enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. The number of bomb squigs the unit can be equipped with is then reduced by 1. We recommend it, and then design a note effectively recommending placing the bomb squig model next to the unit for each bomb squig is equipped with. For the remainder, removing 1 each time you use this ability. The model doesn't actually count as a model for any rules purposes. Okay. Then you have the distraction grot. Once per battle,
which is one of the greatest additions to the kit, right? Like the little grot in his hoodie.
Yeah, hasn't he got a little grappling hook?
He does have a little grappling
I'm
hook.
almost a little disappointed that he's not a model that has an ability for the grappling hook.
Well, he does. He just, shoots it at your eye.
No, I guess so.
Or maybe he uses the grappling hook to enact the ability. He basically pulls the terrain towards him.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, because
that's it. He grapple hooks a little shrubbery, and then he brings it over and he waves it about.
True. Once per battle, when the bearer is selected to fight, you can treat models in this unit as if they were within 1 inches of a terrain feature. We recommend him placing a distraction grot model next to the unit, blah, blah, blah. So that in of itself doesn't do anything, but I believe there's a special rule which actually makes that useful.
It's called throat slitters, yeah.
So I'll go through the war gear options first. So boss knob chopper.
Are you really going to go through every war gear option?
Okay, so basically,
I mean, it is exhaustive.
But basically, for every 10, you can take 1 of the following, and that's not how it's worded. But basically, you can get a big shooter, a breacher ram, a shock pistol, a burner, a custom shooter, a rocket launcher. For every 10, you can also take a bomb squig and a distraction grot. which is weird because it says for every 10 models the unit contains, the unit can be equipped with one of these, but the squad size is 15 max, so you can only have one bomb squig and one distraction grot as per the models in the new kit. But then the ability bomb squig is worded as if you have multiples. Now I can only assume that other units also have this ability, so it's worded really generically.
I assume so, yeah.
Maybe, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. But okay.
A lot of the time, though, with them, they're just future proofing themselves or covering off like weird edge cases.
Yeah, I mean, there might be. I don't think there's a stratagem, but maybe there is that allows you to, bring back take an extra bomb squig or something.
Yeah, potentially.
Maybe. Or
bomb squig hydra.
Possibly a custom.
You chop one of them down, two come back in their place or whatever.
I mean, there might be custom mobs, for example, that allow you to do it.
Maybe.
Speaking of custom mobs, well, no, that segue doesn't work at all. The abilities I was going to talk about, you've got cunning infiltrators. During deployment, you can set them up anywhere on the battlefield, more than 9 inches away from the enemy deployment zone and any enemy models. That's quite.
It's really good. That really good.
For a second, I thought it was just going to be deep strike, but it's not. So
no. You're actually out an infiltrating unit, which is a really big deal.
Yeah. You've got sneaky gits. Each time an attack is allocated to a model in this unit while it is receiving the benefits of cover, add an additional 2 to any armor saving throw made against that attack. What I don't get there is that an additional 2 in addition to the benefit of cover, which is normally +1 to your save, right?
Yeah, so it's an additional 2. So it's basically that you're going to get the 1 and then another 2. So if you're on a 5-up, you become Yeah, basically it means you become a 3-up save if you're in cover. So you're on 5-up and then you get a 3-up.
But is it not an additional 2 in addition to your +1 for being in cover? So therefore it's +3?
No,
because it doesn't.
The way it's written is each time an attack is allocated to a model in this unit, whilst receiving the benefit of cover, add an additional 2 to your armor saving for it made again. Oh, actually, hello.
Because the word additional almost feels like you add it on to the.
Yeah, no, I would argue the same.
Save for the cover, but to me, it's like I wish they just specified either way, whether instead of your cover saving throw, effectively, you get.
Do you remember in the good old days, Phil? The good old days when, cover just gave a number. I'm on this cover, 4-up. That was lovely.
True.
Happy times.
The last ability, Throat Slitters. Each time a model is in this unit makes a melee attack, if it is within 1 inches of a terrain feature, add 1 to the attack's wound roll. Ooh, that's good. And obviously, the distraction grot can allow you to do that once per game.
Yes.
If you're not within terrain, because it counts as being within terrain.
Yeah.
Okay, they're good.
They are good. I like them. I like the commandos. I think there's a really interesting play there.
I think the only thing that I would find annoying is if you obviously buy the new kit, every single model is armed with a different weapon. So that's a long shooting phase just to go through that one unit.
We assume, we don't know what that kit offers. We've seen with the Krieg that there's actually a lot of customization there, so it could be that you could equip a relatively uniform unit should you choose.
I suspect that those are proper monopose models where each one can only built a certain way, and what leads me to believe that is because you can only take 1 for every 10, so you can only ever have 1 of each type. Also, what's annoying, and there, I mean, it'd be great if there's an option where you can just take the basic weapons, but I presume why would you do that?
Well, so just to clarify, there was an article posted on Warhammer Community on the 16th of July with photography of this squad, and that squad is all armed with axes, pistols.
Oh, okay. So I think, as I was thinking, everyone can take axes, pistols plus 1 option.
Yes, but there is a photographic example of this new commando squad done with everyone in it armed with a pistol and a knife and so on. Unless, of course, unless I'm wrong and that's some old kit that I'm not recognizing, but it certainly looks reminiscent of what was shown.
Yeah,
There's
'cause-
lots of gas masks on display here.
Yeah.
Gas mask on gas mask action.
Because I imagine it's basically every model has 2 arm options for the different
Yes.
weapons. So it's, chopper and
Yes.
what have you.
What's really interesting, though, yeah, because in addition to what was shown in the first initial article, as I say, all of these orcs seemingly are wearing different gas masks, which is quite cool. It's a whole squad of gas masked orcs, which is even more awesome. So no, I mean, I'm excited for the commanders.
What are you going to talk about? Do you want to talk about your mega knob? Your regular knobs?
No, I'm going to talk about Squick Hot Boys because they are, the new hotness. I got to be honest with you, a big part of me wanted to talk about the kill rig, but then I started reading all the rules associated with it, and I feel like the kill rig's kind of been exhaustively explained in other content providers. So I'm just not going to throw any more fuel on that fire. The long story short is the kill rig is quite good, broadly speaking, and then disproportionately good when weighed up against other units of a similar size and stature, because it's a new model and they want to sell it. Yeah, there you go. So for the same points, the kill rig is like the most efficient vehicle of that relative size. But the Squig Hog Boys, so if you're going to take a unit of these, they come with either a unit of 3 or 6. They're movement 10, weapon skill 3, 5+ save, strength 5, toughness 6, 3 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 6, and a 4+ save. Their leadership is terrible. That is something important to remember. If you have an ability that will reduce their leadership by 2, they'll be rolling on leadership 4, which is pretty abysmal. And they're not a mob unit, so you can't use any mob rule shenanigans to kind of help them out. So yeah, if you reduce their leadership to 4 and then you kill one model, you might end up with a lot of them running away.
Well, speaking of which, did you realise that the mech guns are actually leadership 4 and come in squads? So if you lose one, you're probably losing a second one.
Yes, yeah, almost certainly. I did not realise that, though. That is that's one of those stats that people probably need to look out for in this army. Anyway, this unit contains 4 or more models. It has a power rating of 8, so if you add a bunch more models to it, every model is equipped with a saddle git weapons. Okay, fine. So basically the grot that's hanging off the saddle, sticker, and squick hop jaws. So the saddle git weapons are range 8, assault 1, strength 4, damage 1. The sticker has a shooting and a melee profile. If you're shooting it, it's range 12, assault 1, strength user, which is strength 5, -2 damage. Each time an attack is made with this weapon, target units within half range. That attack has strength characteristic of +1, so strength 6 if you're targeting a unit within 6. And then when you're using it in melee, it's strength 3, which is actually really bizarre that it would become strength 3 in melee, but
no, it's because it's in the wrong order. So you got saddle get weapons shooting, then the sticker shooting, then the saddle get weapons melee, and then at the very bottom the sticker melee option.
Wow, they have butchered that, haven't they?
Was it the AdMech Codex? So I was like, what's the order of this? Because this isn't even alphabetical. It's yeah, I don't. Oh, yeah, okay. They've done that. It's alphabetical. All the shooting weapons first, all the close combat weapons second. But then it's a bit weird. You would have thought you would go, here's the saddle get weapon, close combat and shooting. But it's odd. Is all I can say.
Terrible. We'll carry on. So the saddle get weapon is strength 3 -1 damage. Each time the bearer fights, it makes 1 additional attack with this weapon. So you've got 3 attacks, then 1 additional attack. Then you've also got additional attacks for the squig hopper jaws. You get 2 more attacks out of that. Strength 6 -1 2 damage. And then also you get the sticker, which is strength 6 -2 2 damage. So you get a lot of attacks out of these lads. Once they've charged in, they are doing 3 attacks at strength 6 -2 2 damage. They are doing 2 attacks at strength 6 -1 2 damage. and they are doing 1 attack as strength 3 -1 damage. Crikey. And then they do still have some relatively underwhelming shooting, although if you're within 6, it's a little bit better. Bomb squig. Apparently they can have a bomb squig as well.
Well, this is where it's all clarified, because they can have 2 bomb squigs, because it says for every 3 models of a unit contains, the unit can be equipped with 1 bomb squig. The unit size is 3 to 6. So if you go max size, you can get 2 bomb squigs, which I assume are the little like mono gyroscope wheelie squig that comes with the kit that we saw on the preview. And I'm guessing the box is going to be in units of 3. So hence every time you buy 3, you get 1 bomb squig, which is why you can do max squads and get 2 squigs.
And just to clarify, these guys do have the mob rule, special rule, but they aren't themselves a mob. But they do benefit from mobs, but they aren't themselves able to benefit. And then obviously they've got the 6-up invuln because they're beast snaggers. They've got war, and they've got here we go, so they get to reroll their charges. Pretty great unit, to be fair. I can't really massively fault them for what they're bringing to the table. They got some good stuff.
Yeah, that seemed pretty good.
We'll do one more each, Phil, and then we'll summarize, and then we will move on to the outro. What will your last pick be?
I asked you a question. Are you going to talk about Stomper?
You know I am.
Brilliant. I'm going to do one of probably my quintessential classic units. I don't know if they've changed. I don't know if they're better. Wait, hold on. I've lost it. I've got to find it again. It's not Kilkenny.
Whatever could it be, Phil? What is it?
Oh, wait, no, I've lost it. Hold on. I've got to scroll back and find it.
You mean you've got to turn the pages? Turn the pages.
Can you make some turny pages noise from your limited edition codex that I don't have access to? Yes. It is the Storm Boys.
Way, Storm Boys.
I love Storm Boys. They're really cool.
They are good, yes.
So you can take 4 to 14 plus a boss knob. The Storm Boys have a movement of 12 inches, a weapon skill of 3+, a ballistic skill of 5+, strength 4, toughness 5, 1 wound, 2 attacks, leadership 6, 6+ save. The boss knob gains +1 strength to strength 5, +1 wound to strength. 2 wounds, and was it 3 attacks? So +1, and another leadership to leadership 7. They're all armed with a slugger, a chopper, and stick bombs. Slugger, range 12, pistol 1, strength 4, no AP, 1 damage, pretty standard. A chopper is strength user, so 4 predominantly, -1, 1 damage, and they get to make an additional attack. So 3 attacks. 4 for the boss knob, not too bad. The boss knob can also take a power claw as well. Doesn't say what it is on the profile, so I can't read it out to you. We've got full throttle. Each time this unit advances, do not make an advance roll. Instead, until the end of that phase, add 6 inches to the move characteristic of models in that unit and roll 1d6. On a 4+, the unit suffers 1 mortal wound. Well, I mean, that's okay. That's good. I like it. It's not roll 1 dice for every model. Because that would be tragic, but I imagine that's the sort of rule you would get in 7th edition. You get Storm Boy Strike. During deployment, they can be set up high in the skies, in the reinforcements, and placed anywhere, at the end of your movement 9 inches away. Infantry, jump pack, fly, mob, core, Storm Boys. I mean, they're all right. I was hoping for some other cool abilities, but I guess the full throttle one's pretty good.
Well, they've also got here we go, so they're rerolling charges. They've also got the mob rule stuff, and they've also got what is it? The other thing they've had, but I'm looking at it thinking if you go evil sons with these guys, it's crazy because they're movement 14, and then they can advance 7. So all of a sudden they're moving 21. And then you can charge with them if you call a war.
But can they? So because isn't it +2 to the advance roll? And they
no. It's +1 to your advance. It's +2 to your movement.
But yeah, oh, sorry. But what I mean here is, when they advance, they don't do an advance roll. They just add 6 to the move characteristic instead, so they won't
sorry,
get that
so-
+1.
Are they Speed Freak models?
No,
They don't have the Speed Freak key rule.
no, they just get the generic clan.
Oh, fine. So they only add 1 to their move, so they'd be moving 13, and then add 1 for advanced rolls made. Oh, okay, yeah. So add 1 to the advanced rolls. So no, you're right, because you're not technically rolling it.
No,
you
it's
move
just a flat 6. But in a way, that's probably better because it's just more consistent than D6 +1.
I mean, I dig it. I mean, Storm Boys are pretty cool. I mean, again, I would probably be looking at taking them as Death Skulls, because then they've got OBSEC.
Oh yeah, nice.
So having a unit of them charging up the battlefield with OBSEC is pretty crazy, to be fair. And then same thing with the Commandos as well as Death Skulls. If you take the Commandos, they've got OBSEC, so you can have a big 15 unit of Commandos with OBSEC in the middle of the battlefield. So you could definitely do some interesting stuff with those guys. Let's talk about the Stomper, because I think it's the most improved unit in this book. It's had something insane like 150, 170, 175 point reduction. It's a 675 point model, and it's bonkers. To put it in context, I think this is better than a Revenant Titan, and a Revenant Titan is the Elder Titan, by the way. And that thing is 1,500 points. This guy is 675. And for that, you get movement 10, weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 5, strength 10, toughness 8, 40 wounds, 40 wounds, 6 attacks, leadership 8, and a 3+ save. The profile degrades as he becomes less, filled with wounds. But I won't read all of those to you now. A Stomper is equipped with 3 big shooters, a death cannon, a scorcher, a super gatler, super rockets, twin big shooter, and a mega chopper. The big shooter you've heard before is DACA 5 free with a strength 5, AP 0, 1 damage with range 36. And with the twin big shooter being 10, 6, and the same profile, this thing essentially, when it's short range, has 25 twin shooter shots. It's got a death cannon, which is heavy, 3d6 at range 72, strength 10, -4 d6 damage and blast. So if you happen to be shooting at a unit of 11 models, you will hit them, or rather you will get to roll to hit 18 times. Now, admittedly, you're only ballistic skill 5+, but you are getting a lot of shots out of this guy. He's also got the Scorcher, range 12, assault d6, strength 5, -1, 1 damage, and you auto hit with that. The Super Rockets, which is range 100, heavy d6, strength 8, -3 d6 blast. And lastly, the Mega Chopper, which if you're using it to smash, is strength 20, -5, flat 9 damage, which essentially means that if this guy gets 3 wounds off, it will kill more or less anything in the game except models with 28 or more wounds. So, yeah, you can do 27 damage of a free combat.
And he's doing 6 attacks, hitting on 3s to start off with.
Hitting on 3s, yeah. Wounding everything and pretty much everything in the game in 2s, unless, of course, it has an ability that prevents you from doing so. And if you use it in its slash profile, it's strength 10, -2, flat 3 damage, and you get to roll 3 hit rolls instead of 1. So with an attack characteristic of 6, you are doing 18 attacks with this guy.
Ooh-wee.
Which is madness. Add to that, if it does blow up, oh, by the way, it rerolls charges and can be affected by wars, which is pretty crazy. Noting, though, that you have to be infantry in order to advance and charge. But you do add +1 attack, I believe, for when the war goes off with this guy. And you're rerolling charges. If he explodes 3d6 doing d6 mortal wounds, which is bananas. So when this guy goes up, he really goes up. He is a War effigy, so while friendly orc units are within 6 of this model and they take a morale test, you can re-roll that result. Noting as well that this thing has a transport capacity of 20 models, So you can transport 20 flash kits, 20 infantry, and each mega armor and jump pack counts as 2. So you could have 10 storm boys inside of this. It's big and stompy, which basically means it's eligible to charge in a turn in which it falls back. And it's got a rigger crew, which means that at the end of the movement phase, this model Grot's riggers can attempt to repair it. And to do so, you roll a 2+, and then you can regain D3 wounds.
That's good.
In my opinion, the Stomper is totally worth taking for 675 points. If I was playing Orcs, I would be painstakingly assembling what is notoriously a horrible miniature to build. But it would definitely do you some good. I think in the olden days of 7th edition, I feel like the Stomper was like 1,000 points.
It
and
was,
then in 8th
yeah,
edition,
because I did a doubles game with Joe, and our opponents took a Stomper each, and that clocked in, I'm pretty sure, at 2,000 points.
Yes, yeah. And then in 8th edition, I think these guys were coming in closer to 900.
900.
And now they're 675, which is an extraordinary points reduction. Now, if these things become super prevalent, especially when you factor in the fact that to take a super heavy auxiliary detachment used to cost you 3 CP, but now costs you 1 CP if it has the same culture, or rather the same specialism as the rest of your army. 1 CP and 675 points for that totally feels worth it to me, because you are literally just going to hoof that down the board at your enemies, because even if they kill it, which is plausible, if you roll that 6 and you let off that explosion, they are going to wish that they didn't, because that thing is lethal. And then obviously in terms of its combat prowess, there's very few things that you can't put that thing towards and have it kill. No, I love it. I think it's probably one of the most impressive units in the army. And something that, again, as I say, if I was an Orc player, I'd definitely be taking it.
Yeah. So what's interesting, I'm just looking at the old one, which was 900 points. So it's lost the effigy ability, which was reroll morale test for friendly Orcs within 6 inches of this.
No, it's still got that.
Has it?
Yeah, I said as much. It's got an Orc effigy.
Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry. It's gone from effigy to war effigy aura. Okay. So they just updated it, because I was looking at the custom Stomper, which is a Forge World one.
Yes. Yeah.
So the current Games Workshop one was 900 points. The Forge World one is 800 points, but you can swap out a lot of its weapons. Weapons are vastly better, but they do cost you points. So in a way, it's sort of better because of the points were cheaper. But weirdly now, unless the points change to affect the points drop that the Games Workshop one's getting, this one's vastly overcosted. But yeah, I just noticed it said effigy. See Stomper data sheet in Codex Orks. So it technically needs to update just its name, just to keep it in line. But yeah, interesting. But as you say, yeah, it seems pretty good. Like a solid. I mean, it seems like the unit hasn't changed all that much, right? Some of the weapons have obviously changed, like Daka. But ultimately, it's the points drop that makes it really good.
Yeah, it's the points reduction, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's just so much model for
and the Mega Chopper weapon's gone from 6 damage to 9 as well, so that's actually gone up as a boost. Yeah, I mean, it seems really, I thought, but in the past there used to be an option where you could give it a custom force field. Now I don't know if that was like a boss that would like a boss in Mega Armor that had a custom force field that would ride in it, and then it gave gave the Stomper the aura ability of the Invuln.
Yes.
But I guess
that was the old Big Mech rule. So the old Big Mech rule was that if you had a custom force field, you could go inside of transport, and the Invuln was transferred onto that vehicle.
That was a tough cookie to crack in those days, I remember.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there was a worse period of time where auras could then emanate out of the vehicles.
Yes.
Fortuitively,
Yeah.
they decided that it was more sensible to constrain the aura to that one thing. But even then, it was very exploitative and very powerful. But hey, there you go.
Do you
Is
want
what
to
it
talk
is.
about the Mech Boy workshop?
No,
The Big Ed boss bunker?
no.
Okay. I think it's worth
I want.
noting that I think that the Mech Boy workshop has a customizer option, which I think allows
Really?
you to do custom jobs on vehicles for free.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, not for free, because clearly you got to pay for the flipping terrain feature.
Well,
Right?
yes, but I mean, instead of just paying it outright. So it's got a customized action once per battle round. At the end of your movement phase, select one mech or big mech unit from your army that is within 1 inch of a Mech Boy workbench. Then select one Orc vehicle unit, excluding Titanic, sad times, that is within 3 of the workbench. That vehicle must remain within 3 inches of the Mech Boy workbench until the action is completed. Okay, it's quite wordy. The action is completed at the end of your turn, but once it's completed, select one custom job that vehicle unit is eligible for, including minimal restrictions on how many each custom job can be included in your army. That vehicle gains the selected custom job. Do not increase the model's power rating or points value until at the end of each battle round. Roll a d6 for each custom job gained from this ability. On a 1, the custom job falls off and cannot be used by the selected model for the rest of the battle. That's great. I mean, no one's going to take it, but as a sort of fun narrative thing, that's hilarious.
I mean, I see what you did there, though, Phil. I was like, let's not talk about it, and there you were. You just talked about it. Well done.
Exactly.
Slippery. You slippery bugger. So, Phil, the Orks, we've talked about them now for what is approaching over 3 hours. Well done,
People
us.
like a long podcast, don't they?
Well, clearly. I don't know how I feel about them when it's approaching 1 a.m. and I'm ready for bed. Anyway, it is what it is. I enjoy doing them, really. They're fun times. Orks, in summary, I'll give you my thoughts and then you can have the final thoughts for a change. You could even treat yourself to a transitional noise if you wanted, but, I'll let you be the judge. I like them. I think, look, at the end of the day, Orks is one of the most beautiful ranges of 40k minis available. I think the additions that they have made to the range with the Speed Freaks and then subsequently Beast Snaggers, but then also all of the new generic normal Orc units that they've added, the new boys, the new war bosses, Gazcol, Makari, all these miniatures are phenomenal. We are at a point now where the Orks really are arguably the best range of 40k minis that you can get your hands on. I think they are just beautiful. And, again, very little fine cast in the range now. Only really the tank busters remain as kind of like relics of the old times, and obviously a couple characters. But yeah, a very, very well-supported plastic range of gorgeous miniatures with some really interesting rules, with some interesting character, and the levels of flexibility to enable players to express their own ideas, which is super important. The fact now that not 2 Orc armies need be the same is such a beautiful situation for GW and Orc players to find themselves in, because prior to this, it was relatively boilerplate, which is, I suppose, my buzzword for today in terms of what you were running in Orc forces. But no, I love it. I think, again, I can't necessarily suggest that I can foresee them tearing it up on the top tables, but that's not what you really want Orcs to be. I always like Orcs as what they feel like they need to be, which is a problem. They're the ultimate gatekeeper army. You need to have, tools to deal with Orcs when approaching, a competitive environment, a tournament, what have you, because they will cause you problems. But they're not going to ever be that abusive, which I think is great, at least in my opinion. Obviously, I reserve the right to be wrong about that. What do you think of the Orcs, Phil? Do you love them?
I do, actually. I've as I said in a previous episode, I've been slowly buying a Rogue Trader era collection of them, so I do have a bit of love for them. The new models, absolutely stunning, bar the big rig But other than that, I think they're pretty good. I'm just having a look through the range at the moment. Yeah, there's a couple of characters that are a bit dodgy looking and a bit old, but other than that, obviously they've not got all the models out yet. But I think once they're out, it'll be a pretty solid range. Like, there's a really good selection of like unit choices. Like, they've got a ton of planes, a ton of vehicles, dreadnoughts, artillery, like infantry, the cavalry now with the squigs. The only thing I don't see is like a kind of runt herder and like a bunch of squigs that you can have from, that was a thing of yore, and I don't know if that just hasn't been a thing for a while or not.
Yeah, I can't necessarily remember. I mean, that feels like more of an archetype of
Well, a bit of a fantasy thing.
But I mean, it would have been nice to potentially have seen that introduced into it. But I guess it's sort of, I mean, the thing is with orcs, right, is like, at least in the 40k senses, is they're not so much about, with the exception, I suppose, of Rumfords, which I suppose breaks this statement. But yeah, it feels more like they use these creatures as methods for them to, to get into the fight better, or to, to charge in and that kind of stuff. So the logic that they would want to kind of herd creatures into a fight kind of goes against their nature. I don't know, maybe, or just they just haven't got around to introducing it. Who knows what
maybe
new orc stuff.
I'd quite happily see a bunch of old classic stuff come back. One of the models I picked up was the Scorcher Track, which is a little buggy with a big flame on the back of it. And I don't think any of the modern like war trikes kind of represent what that used to be. So I'd like to see that come back. What else was there? Oh, it used to be some random stuff like corn orcs or mutated orcs and all sorts of weird stuff going right back to the first and second edition. Maybe some of that should be consigned to the past. Overall, though, I think the Codex doesn't, I don't know, it sort of feels almost like it's back to what we were with the Space Marine Codex, where you look through it and you go, oh yeah, it's pretty cool, got some solid stuff. All the kind of really awful stuff that was overpowered, they've taken out from the previous Codex. Like Green Tide and stuff, that's all gone. So I can imagine orc players are sort of feeling the sting of that, maybe. But overall, it seems like a really sort of healthy Codex, lots of choices, lots of different play styles, which is what you want. I do like the fact they don't really get a super doctrine and therefore are encouraged to take sort of different detachment types, which is, great and colourful on the battlefield if you've got a bunch of different coloured orcs running or riding or driving around. Or flying, yeah.
All the various variables.
Yeah.
No, I love them. I think they've done an absolutely stellar job on this Dex, and I think that's the thing. It's the sort of codexes we like to see.
I'd be interested to see what actual orc players feel about it. I mean, I wonder if, it'd be interesting to see, I think there's a problem. The codex isn't out for most people, so it's hard to kind of gauge a reaction. But it'd be interesting when it does come out, whether lots of hidden combos come out and it does become a really broken codex. But I sort of don't suspect it will be, or at least it won't be on the same level that Drukhari and Admech seem to have been flying at. And even post FAQ, those two codexes are still going to be like a powerhouse. I mean, it seems like Beast Snaggers are going to be they are going to be good, that's for sure. But I don't mind that in a way. And it's like I don't mind the Big Stomper being ridiculously underpointed because some models do need a time in the sun.
Absolutely. I think more Stomper kits out there in the wild is no bad thing. I might eat those words in the future, but I'm happy to see them.
When you're on the receiving end, you're like, oh, damn it.
Yeah, exactly. Whoopsie daisy. But, at the end of the day, you can't win them all. And I feel like, I just think it's more exciting to see those kind of units and to just experience what it is they have to offer. But
Should we do a doubles event with 3 stompers and enough boys to go inside them, and that'll be our army?
I mean, as long as we can theoretically work out a way of getting around the fact that we wouldn't ever be able to do that based on the notion that we'd have to take 2 1,000 point forces.
We can take 1 each plus others, but maybe some Gorkamorts, Morkanauts.
It would have to be, it'd have to be
family,
2 and
big
a
and
bunch of
little
stuff.
ones.
Yeah. We'll do it, mate. One of these days,
Brilliant.
we'll go
big mobs.
But
And
for now, Phil, I reckon we move on to the end of the show. What do you reckon?
Let's punch it.
All right, transitional noise. Woo! And that's it, everybody. The end of the show. Although you know better than that. It's not really. It's just that bit at the end of the show where me and Phil go through your community questions and essentially wrap up this beautiful orky-themed communique. How has it been for you, Phil?
It's been very good. It's been very, very orky. Just a shame it's not November. No, October. For October.
Oh, yes, of course, October. They can never catch a break, can they, with the old October? I think even October, the first time around, if I remember correctly, didn't even happen in October, unless, of course, you count the announcement, I suppose. That was about it. But it all came out in November, right?
It was either it came out early or it came out late. I can't remember which, but it was mostly not in October. I think they basically previewed most of it beforehand. So a lot
didn't
of it...
a bunch of it get leaked as well?
Yeah, well, I think that was the reason why it came out early, is because it got leaked. So then they had to preview it, and then by the time October actually came around, they were like, "Oh, here's this stuff that you've already seen." I guess the only benefit is you actually got to. I presume you got to buy in October, but
I think you got to pre-order.
I can't. Yeah, maybe you got to buy it. Yeah, pre-order it and then actually get it in November. And I imagine, not to say that Orc players like to complain, because I don't think they really do. But come October, they will be like, "Where's my more Orcs? I want more Orcs."
Maybe Games Workshop will, be able to abide. Maybe that's when the Naughty Boy Orcs will come out.
Naughty Boy Orcs?
The ones from Age of Sigmar.
Oh, right. Yeah, the Cool Boys.
The Cool Boys.
That's called Naughty Boys.
I always forget what they're called. It's just in my brain, it always defaults to Naughty Boys.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised due to the weird way that models get released at the moment due to, COVID and stuff, I guess.
COVID and stuff.
That we won't actually see a lot of Yorks anytime soon. So, chances are they'll be coming out in October. So maybe then the Orc players will be happy.
Rejoice. All will be good once again. Well, there we go. That was the Orc stuff. I think we had a pretty modest appraisal of the Orc decks. I think we didn't necessarily succumb to some of the online, bants on the overall thing. So for context to the listeners, myself and Phil did that review utterly, not even review, but that walkthrough, that discussion, utterly kind of devoid of reference from what the prevailing sentiment was online, which is something that we're trying to do more and more of now, because we like giving our kind of first-hand honest appraisals rather than letting the prevailing internet sentiment tailor or dictate our views on things. But this outro bit is being recorded a couple of days later after we recorded all that stuff. And now that I have essentially done my take on it, I have gone away and listened to others. And it would appear that we aren't necessarily, we are in the minority in the sense of people who feel like it was kind of fun, fluffy, and all right. Because apparently it's filled with really cheesy silliness that doesn't make sense from a rules perspective, but then ultimately that is not efficient or capable as an army or something, seemed to be the prevailing sentiment. Seems like people are underwhelmed. I don't know. What would you say, Phil?
Well, I had a look around on the Orc Facebook group, because weirdly I'm a member of it for some reason, even though I haven't had an Orc army up until now with my Rogue Trader Orcs. But yeah, I saw a few people complain that the Speed Freaks culture, I can never remember the name of it now.
Yes, culture, yes. Oh,
The-
the Evil Sons.
Yes, yeah, that they aren't actually very good for speed freaks in comparison to some of the others. I'm not sure what the logic was there, but I also saw.
Don't they make them go faster?
Yeah, but I think some of the others get better benefits maybe for vehicles, or the weapons that the vehicles are armed with. They made a relatively good point about the speed war not being as good for the speed freaks, because they don't get the ability to advance and charge. But to me, in the way I've always viewed them, is the speed freak guys don't really want to run into combat with their vehicles. They're more about zooming around and shooting stuff and being a nuisance. So I think their speed war rule is quite representative of that. But if you play like a speed freaks, where all your vehicles are loaded up for close combat because you've got, I don't know, death rollers or something along those lines, I'm sure some of the war trikes are pretty good at combat as well. So if you're doing that angle of it, then yes, I could see why you'd be disappointed. But to me, they're zooming around shooting stuff as opposed to zooming around getting into combat. Whereas combat's more angled for the standard orcs and the standard orc war.
It does seem to me that the orc decks is much more geared towards kind of mid-range shooting, though, to be fair. It feels like the combat aspect of it is there, but it feels like more archetypally that the army's a little bit more shooty these days than might normally be expected. But regardless of that, I think, I just think it was an interesting set of rules. And, this is the thing. I don't necessarily look down upon the orcs for not being, crazy powerful. If anything, I look at that as a positive. I think that's more, what we should be aspiring for is a level of kind of creative flexibility and freedom, but at the same time, doing so with a level of balance feels like too strong a word in this situation, but just a level of sort of sanity to it all, as it were. Like, I feel like you need to give and you need to take. And I feel like the problem has been with a lot of the other decks that have been very strong lately is that it's a lot of give and very little has been taken away. It's all very, very one-sided. But maybe, that's a particularly blinkered perspective. But I don't know.
Yeah, I think overall, I think it will be good. I think you just need to wait for it to be actually out in the wild and then people get their hands on it. But I think you can see lots of interesting builds, not necessarily even let's not even talk about competitive builds, but just solid builds to play down your local gaming club with your mates.
Yeah.
Like if you're taking orcs in wagons and some, speed figs, kind of like a classic archetypal orc army, I think you do well. I think you can take some planes and you do well. You can chuck in some artillery there and you'll do well. If you want to just take beast snaggers, you'll probably do really well. But if you want to take, a Killer Can army and Death Dread army or something, that'll do pretty well as well. I think there's so many build choices that are thematic in different kind of themes. And I don't think any of them are going to be particularly punished potentially. If you're just spamming artillery, then yes, because I think they might maybe got a poor end of the stick in terms of their leadership, and the fact they come in units now means a lot of them could die to leadership and morale easier than they otherwise should. And it's like, it's a bit like when Blood Angels got but they went from really good codex to a bit of a rubbish FAQ. The mid supplement, like sort of PDF. Which stripped out all their special abilities.
Yes.
And I imagine a lot of orcs feel like that because they're like, oh, where's my green tide? That's gone. Where's my, crazy artillery, or like these crux units that I was taking to sort of prop myself up in the competitive scene. And it's like all of those have gone, but actually overall you've gained a lot of cool stuff. I think overall Daka now is better than what it was. I imagine a lot of people won't necessarily see it like that. But I think
Daka is not as good as it used to be.
Well, because you're getting extra shots on sixes at like long range, whereas now it's more thematic for actually you want to be getting up the board to shoot with your Daka weapons a turn or two before you actually get into combat.
Yeah.
As opposed to I'm just going to hang back here and shoot lots and not even worry about combat, for example.
Yeah. I mean, again, good is obviously a very subjective word in the sense that I kind of meant that, objectively from a power level perspective, the old Daka was a superior rule in terms of combat efficiency to the current one. But thematically, I like the Daka rules. I think, as I've said, at the start of this whole thing, I think it is surprising and or a little bit odd that they didn't give it the ability to advance and shoot with, because again, the idea is that orcs would, effectively frequent a weapon that they weren't, just wildly shooting as they ran forwards, would make little sense to me. But irrespective of that, I mean, again, I like the overall flavor of the army. I think there's some fun things you can do with it. But yeah, I think there are a few funny little FAQ things that people pointed out that need to happen. Some, secondaries in particular have been the topic of some debate, I noticed. So those clearly need some addressing. But obviously the one that was quite funny to me was when people were talking about the fact that, the rule for whatever it's called, like Green Tide or whatever it was, which was the one that I picked out amongst the secondaries as being interesting. They're like, it's giving you, the player, the opportunity to divide table quarters. So you could divide the table quarters in such a way as it would be, advantageous to you by, splitting them up in any other way other than, having each corner of the board being, a quarter, which, I felt like was pretty much the established way we did things based on, the way the game has been played up to this point. But people did rightly point out that you could exploit that, to which my perspective on that is, well, that sounds great in principle, but by all means try getting away with it, because I guarantee you, it sounds great in principle, but in practice, I can't see anyone in, even a friendly gaming environment allowing you the flexibility to exploit that the way that people online are saying you might be able to.
Well, it feels like you got to go through some real mental gymnastics to try and divide up the table into quarters. And most people, you see a pie, for example, you split it up, horizontally and vertically down the middle. Yeah. That is what a quarter is for most people. To then go, I'm actually going to divide them into like 4 long columns.
Yes.
So I, from my table edge, I'm in absolutely every single table quarter. It's like, no, you've divided it into 4 equally sized segments. That isn't to me a quarter. No. You're sort of taking some liberties with the definition of what a quarter means, I think, when you're doing stuff like that. And you can't even, because you're not playing on a square table, you're playing on a rectangular one. You can't even say, I'm going to divide them almost like a pie where you do it diagonally. So you can't even form a pyramid because the one opposite you's equal in size to you, but the 2 either side going to be a different size and shape and effectively volume or area. So that wouldn't be equal. So, I mean, someone to say that it's effectively like a bit of a troll post. It's like, if you really want to nitpick, potentially you could, but no one's ever going to do that. It's like it's an internet argument rather than one that's actually going to come up in a game.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think, unfortunately, too many people debate this stuff online, but neglect to remember the fact that in practical reality terminology, or just reality in general, you're just not going to be able to get away with that kind of stuff, because people are going to be like, are you for real? Now, okay, maybe you'll win that argument, maybe, but the fact is you've got to be willing to have it. And as well as, the person you're arguing it with, that you're in the wrong from the offset, because how can you not? Like, I mean, most people who do this stuff know that they're being a bit cheeky. But anyway, let's not worry about them. Let's deal with the good people on the internet, the lovely, well-educated and informed internet folk who see fit to leave questions for us, the Lookout Sir peeps, to answer.
Exactly. So we're going to start off with the old Instagram posts. We've got Cantor Blue, a regular feature. He says,
fond fan of the Orks, I understand.
Exactly. Orks and Chaos, still not with their 2 wounds. He says, with Orks, being one of my main factions, I'm really happy with the release. The models are stunning, the rules are balanced, although not on the level of the outrageous Admech Drakari, I'm pleased. What are your thoughts on the Codex in terms of competitiveness? I personally think the stratagems are shocking and would like to know your thoughts on those. Also, wow.
There we go.
I presume he means shocking as in bad, or do you think shocking as in good? I presume bad.
I don't know. Does shocking ever mean good?
No, probably not. I mean, if you want to zap someone, then maybe shocking.
That would be shocking.
But normally it's. But to be fair, when we went through them, they did all seem, most of them like 2 points. And as I said, I think that's deliberately to make you build big blobs, and it's something we've seen a lot in this edition of the game, where sisters can take 20-man squads, Admech can take 20-man squads. They're trying to, in a way, it's almost, I wonder if it's a bit of a knee-jerk reaction to the fact that they created Blast and everyone was scared, so no one was running more than like 5-man squads if they could help it, i.e. like Space Marines. And now they're trying to incentivize armies to run these kind of horde style armies, which I think is a good thing. I think for orcs especially, I still find it weird that sisters would take squads of 20. To me, that doesn't feel very correct, but that's just how I view them.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think on the stratagem side of things, I think there's some interesting elements in it. And again, I think we made the point throughout the actual kind of segment where we were talking about the fact that, it's good to see a series of stratagems that seem relatively efficiently or accurately priced. I think, there's obviously been some real abuses on the stratagem front. Again, the thing that kind of is strange to me often, if not always, is the fact that there is these disparities where in certain books, in certain instances, stratagems are costed in this really, dare I say, cheap way. And then in others, they feel like they might be overpointed. And I'm curious what the kind of quality control process is in terms of determining what the parameters are for the values of these things. There's obviously a huge degree of subjectivity to the evaluation of these stratagems. And it's not until these stratagems exist in the wild that we can really start to attribute any kind of, data-driven facts as towards their efficiencies. And I think that's always the thing with the stratagem system is you've essentially assigned a resource to something that maybe doesn't necessarily always, conform to what you maybe think it should do. So yeah, it's an interesting debate in terms of whether they're overpriced, underpriced, or what have you. But the book from a competitive standpoint, sorry, Phil, please.
Oh, I was just going to say, in terms of that point, it's like that's because a stratagem could go on a 10-man blob of boys, a 20-man blob of boys, or like a 5-man blob of orc meganobs that are worth twice as much as, let's say, the 20-man squad of boys. It's like,
yeah.
How can you point that one stratagem without doing a kind of 1 CP / 2 CP kind of element to make it balanced based on either the size of the unit or the power level of the unit to give it a vague gauge in terms of how elite that unit is? And they don't seem to have done that at all in the orcs. And it's like, when you can have squads between 10 and 20 for the most part, it feels like they really need to split every single stratagem down into 1 or 2 points, whether it's a 10-man squad or a 20-man squad. By not doing that, if you're just running, lots of 10-man boy squads, they're all overpointed, surely, for the most part. But if they're like 1 CP on a 10-man squad, that feels pretty fair, I would say. Most people would say.
Well, yeah, I mean, it depends on what the application is of, or the outcome is of said stratagem. But no, it's an interesting one. And in terms of the overall kind of competitive nature of the book, it's difficult to really be completely sure in myself about this statement. But I would argue that the Orc army is a gatekeeper style force. I think they are an army that, in the hands of great players, can and will have the potential to achieve podium finishes. But I think in the greater majority of instances, They will be a army that you need to respect, an army that you need to have a strategy for, an army that you need to consider when building your force, because I think they're just the sort of army that could scupper a lot of your plans. Because I think, and that often has been the case with orcs through many editions. The orcs have never been like the standout bestest army, but often or not, they're exactly the army that you need to beat the army that beats the bestest armies, or is the bestest armies, because they just go so against the archetype that they are bothersome. I often was very afraid of playing orcs when going to tournaments, because they were just a wild element, I would always say.
Yeah, I mean, prior to AdMech, I would say they're probably a good anti-meta army, because before AdMech and even Drakari, it's sort of mostly elite armies, Custodes, Space Marines, Death Guard. So people want to take lots of two damage weapons, which against regular orc boys are a bit of a waste. AdMech, however, are a horde army predominantly, especially the way they're currently being played. Maybe that'll be less so now the FAQs come out, but I still think lots of people will rock lots of rangers and vets and stuff. Drakari tend to have lots of infantry, but also lots of vehicles, which is maybe similar to orcs. Orcs will probably do a mixture of, boys on foot, boys in vehicles, buggies, that sort of thing. So I wonder, do you think there'd be a good, in terms of what the current meta is, do you think they fall into the trap of, if you're going for the top guns of AdMech and Drakari, you'll be able to deal easily with orcs? Or do you think if you're teching for those, you'll actually struggle to deal with orcs because they've just got way more bodies, for example?
Yeah, I mean, depends on the build, right? I think Drakari are going to have a really hard time with orcs, because I just don't believe that they'll be able to do enough to put them away. Because the thing is with the Drakari is a lot of the work they do is in the combat sequence. But the real value of the Drakari at the moment is the mobility combined with the numbers. And obviously the orcs can match them in the numbers, but have the edge when it comes to durability. And a lot of the competitive builds around Drakari are built around the idea of bundling models into raiders and other transports, and those kind of minis are packing single shot high damage weapons. But again, it's it's not really that convenient when you're firing into a horde of orcs or a ramshackle orc vehicle of some description. I think I think Drakari will not appreciate them, and I think AdMech as well. If you are clever with how you do things, that whole advanced charge ability as a result of the war, super meaningful, because again, when you consider that the majority of the competitive scene is fighting for the middle ground, the orcs have the opportunity to spring traps and to use momentum on their side, so they can use the terrain to hide out of line of sight. And then when they're ready to pounce, they just wire their way out from behind those ruined walls and just go smashing into whatever it is that's the other side. And at that point, they're going to be very problematic. Plus, also, I think the secret source to the orc army is the Gretchen, because I think Gretchen are an extraordinarily obnoxious screening unit. And I think that's the thing that's going to massively be the difference for them as well, is that to get through to the orcs, to actually get stuck into them, you're going to have to fight your way through a lot of Gretchen. But we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, because what's interesting about orcs is, especially if you're going to be, you've got to deal with AdMech and Drakari. You'll go, okay, I'll take lots of strength 4 weapons to have the advantage on these toughness 3 models. So you want lots of mass firepower, which doesn't really work against orcs because they're all toughness 5. And if you think about the most prolific strength 5 weapon out there, it's a heavy bolter, which is 2 damage, which, while will do some work against them, isn't potentially the most efficient weapon because you're losing a point of damage on them. Yeah. And doesn't even really work against all the vehicles with ramshackle. So I think they do have like a unique position. And I do like the change that they didn't just go, oh yeah, toughness for 1 wound. Sorry, 2 wounds to be like Space Marines.
Yeah.
So props to the designers for actually taking them in a slightly different direction from what was expected of them. And I think now everyone, I don't know, it feels like everyone's quite happy with the fact that they've the way they've done it. I mean, but I'm not an orc player, so maybe they're still seething that they haven't got 2 wounds.
Maybe, but the knobs still have 2 wounds. They've still got some options, but no, I think there's a lot of really interesting things you can do with these orcs, and I think people are going to be experimenting with them, and I think there is a build out there that is going to do very well, and I think it's going to be the army that frustrates a lot of players, because I think it's going to be the army that you come up against. You might have been, not that you get seeded for the top tables in this, but you might have been a favorite to win an event, or you might have had an army that, had it not been for you playing that orc army game 1, game 2, you could have, ran through everyone else on the top tables. But as it is, you came up against that orc army, and now you're wallowing in, in the midfield. So yeah, I think they're a great gatekeeper army. That's basically my perspective on it. And there's no harm in that. I think that's a really valuable contribution, because it keeps the meta and it keeps the game pure. You want armies that aren't necessarily there to win the whole thing, but there to challenge and to keep things interesting.
Fair enough. Let's go to the next question. You've got 40k take 2. Do you think that with the increase in shiny new units across the board, we'll lose some of the character of York armies going forwards, namely big swarms of boys? My take is no, because I've sort of said a few times, I feel like they're rewarding you for taking big swarms of boys, especially when it comes to things like stratagems and some of the abilities. But also it's like, if you want to take beast snaggers over your classic boys, that's just an extra choice. And potentially, because they are competitive, maybe we'll see more people do that. But, I still feel like you could run a very kind of classic looking orc army and still do well with it. Yeah,
I absolutely echo that sentiment, mate. I think it's up to you as a player to determine how you want to, express your collection, your army, how you want to approach the game. There's no reason why, guards players can't not take lots of infantry, but some do. Some take tank companies, some take, lots of elite style armies like the Scions or the Ogrins and so on and so forth, or more typically Bolgrins, to be fair. But yeah, I think the variety is really exciting and it adds a lot of flavor. So I'm, again, it's not something I worry about, but I think it's more likely that you'll see people less likely to do it unless they have any specific competitive edge. But I think it's good, because I think it means that we can get more orc players, because orcs are less intimidating now, because you can go, cool, I'm going to do a Speed Freaks army of all these wagons, and I only need, 30 wagons or something, or 30 models or something, which is nice for people who want to play orcs, because not everyone wants to paint 150 orc boys.
Well, that's true, exactly. So the next question is Great House Games. He says, will Makari as a grot shield be as amazing as it seems?
Yes, until they FAQ it.
Yeah, so we saw this question when we were recording before. I had to go back and double check the rules. So it's like, because Makari is an infantry Gretchen keyword model, he can be used as a grot shield on his own. And here's like the janky bit where you could have him in front of a unit of orcs, so he becomes the grot shield for that unit of orcs. I guess potentially if there was another squad in front of him, he is then protected by the lookout serval, so you couldn't target him or the the unit that's being protected by the grot shield rule. To me, that feels completely wrong. And yeah, I guess the simple solution is just to FAQ it that he can't be elected to be the grot shield. Although it's quite fun, him with a 2-up save tanking a load of shots. But if you're going to do that, you're probably just going to shoot him with a bunch of las guns, and he'll quite easily fail one of those rolls, and then he loses his 2-up in one.
Yeah, assuming you can pick him out, right? And that's
assuming you can target him. And yeah, that's the weird thing, is him being a character and then lookout sir being applied to him which doesn't really seem right.
No, I think the thing is with it though is that the thing about Makari is he has the 2-up invuln, and unlike every other one of these 2-up invulns that you lose when you fail, you can actually re-roll this one. So you can CP re-roll this 2-up invuln. You do lose it once you've failed it, but you can still re-roll it. So if you are rolling on that 2-up invuln, the logic dictates that you should be able to save a lot. I don't know about you, Phil, but every time I've ever had to roll a 2-up invuln on a single model, inevitably it's always a 1. But it seems like it's the unluckiest of all the dice rolling scenarios. I've got a save that I can't possibly fail. Oh, I failed it first roll.
Yeah. Well, I guess here's the thing: you could, to an extent, be a bit cheeky and go, "I'm going to fast roll all of these saves." So if I've got 2 1s, oh no, I don't even need to bother with a reroll because it doesn't make a difference. Whereas in theory, if you're doing them one at a time, and the first time you roll a 1, and I've only got a few saves left, I'll re-roll it because it makes sense. So you could game that re-roll a tiny bit by fast rolling. But that's part of the game, so I guess it's allowed.
Indeed. But there you go. No, I think it is as good as they say it is, but or as good as the community says it is. If not, maybe even better. But I don't think it'll stick around for long. I think they will very quickly add a non-character statement to that stratagem.
Yeah, seems to make sense.
Yes.
Next one is Cadian Sergeant Still. He says, are there any major changes to the jump or other orc psychic powers, or cool new ones?
So the change to the jump is not a change to the jump, but a change to the way that weird boys function. We talked about it already, but essentially, if you've got a bunch of orcs around a weird boy, you now get to cast an additional psychic power, whereas before, the casting value of the jump was boosted by the additional miniatures around your weird boy. So essentially, if you had 30 models around your weird boy, I think you added like 3 to your casting roll, which essentially means that you needed to roll a 4 before to cast it on a 7, whereas now you still have to cast it on a 7 regardless of how many orc boys are around you. Noting that obviously if you've got a load of orc boys around you, you then get to cast another power in addition to what you would normally do. So that's a massive change to the jump, because it basically means it's not nearly as guaranteed to go off, which incredibly, increases or decreases its playability necessarily. Because I think the thing about the jump that was so abusive was that everyone could bake it into their army as a guaranteed strategy because it was highly unlikely to fail. But now it is. So that's, an improvement, in my opinion. I don't know. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, but better for the state of the game, I think, because otherwise it was just it was a bit of a non-choice because it was something that it was just an auto-include in every army. So,
yeah.
I mean, to me, it doesn't really feel very orky to just be able to teleport a bunch of boys across the table.
I mean, that feels plenty orky. I just don't think it's very orky for that to happen without any kind of potential mistakes. I feel like the jump should have had some degree of, randomness to it, because that always used to be the charm of the orky stuff, was that there was always an element of danger to everything. It's like, if this goes right, it's going to be one of the best things that's ever happened. But odds are it's not going to.
True. Yep. Next question is IH Custard Cream, or Custard Cream. It says, first of all, the Great White Squig, what a model. Happy with my Beast Snagger box. Question would be whether a fully Beast Snagger army could be competitive. I can imagine maxing out Squig Riders and 60 to 80 boys, then 2 of the He-Man-like toys. I suggest that's probably the most competitive orc build, from a casual breeze through of the Codex so far.
I remain skeptical, but I think it probably is going to be strong. Again, it depends what the definition or it depends how we define that question. If it is that he's asking if it is the most competitive thing that orcs can do, I don't know yet. And I wouldn't want to suggest it probably is. But is it competitive? Is it got the potential to be competitive? Absolutely. I think I think there's some more interesting builds within the Orc Codex that people will start to unlock as they spend time with it. But I think the Beast Snaggers are going to understandably be very strong.
True. Next one, Keenan Donahue. Random question: if you had to choose between the Hexfire box or the Kill Team box, what would it be?
Hexfire box.
Hexfire is the Grey Knights and Thousand Suns.
Sorry, yes, yeah. So if I had to choose between the Hexfire box and Kill Team,
would you want a box of all very old models plus 2 new character models, or a brand new box with 2 brand new units? I guess less models, but also some brand new Orky terrain. Which would you?
Yeah, I'd go Kill Teams all day long, just for the terrain. I'd get the Kill Team box, and then I'd sell the Krieg and the Orc models. Although I'd probably keep the Orc models, because I think actually now that I'm saying these things out loud, that's probably a very Kill Team worthy collection right there, isn't it?
I mean, if you wanted to just out the box have a new Kill Team, those Orc ones are perfect for it.
Or the Krieg ones, to be fair. Like, I mean, obviously not discounting your perspective in terms of the value to you for the Krieg, because I know you already own a lot of this stuff in resin. But yeah, the Krieg stuff is gorgeous. It's so either or, but yeah, definitely Kill Team for me. I don't know, how about you, Phil?
No, same. Even though in previous episode I said I wouldn't get the Kill Team box, if I had to pick between the two, just the Kill Team, because the models are so much better. The Grey Knight Force is cool, the Thousand Suns are cool, but they're not to say they're dated. The Grey Knights are a bit dated, I would say.
Does the Grey Knight Thousand Suns box come with the codexes in them?
Now there's a question.
Typically they don't, these kind of boxes, but I know the Orc army is kind of set well, not the Orc, but this sort of thing started with Sisters of Battle back in 2019. But yeah, but no, I think Kill Team, just because it's got the rules for a whole new game in it with a whole new series of systems.
Yeah,
it's basically, I'm more interested in that
and
more 40k armies.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say no to the Orc terrain, even though I don't need it. But if I had a choice, I'd rather. Yeah. I think Kill Team plus terrain, plus the Orc models are great, even though I would never, get around to painting them. I think they're.
I think my logic is I'm buying Kill Team and selling the Krieg. That's basically what I've resigned on.
Oh, right, fair enough. Okay.
Do you want to buy some plastic Krieg?
Maybe. Yeah. Honestly, I said I didn't really want them, but I'd probably pick them up just to play around with them and actually see how they scale next to my originals.
I suppose you could make a Kill Team out of them.
I could just use them for Kill Team, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Or I will just sacrifice all the actual infantry and take all the little bits like the Medipack and stuff like that and add them to my regular resin Krieg. Next question. Tim Paints, what is the best clan and why is it Goths?
Is Goths the best clan? I kind of still feel like the Death Skulls are the best ones in my opinion.
I think from a kind of classic Orc, the visuals of the Goth are probably the most iconic.
Oh yeah.
So he's right in that respect.
The Death Skulls are cooler because they got all that weird blue paint on them.
Yeah, I guess. I think Goths are pretty cool. Their rules are pretty strong. I think they're a good sort of, not to say middle ground, but a good bit of everything, right?
Yeah.
You're an Orc that likes combat, go Goths.
Yeah. I'll do Blood Axes, though. Blood Axes are most interesting to me.
That's true. Okay. Kevin James McGill, what are your thoughts on War Bikers? With War Boss on Bike from Forge World as a good base for a Speed Freaks army, I have around 36 War Bikers to get the party started.
Crikey, that's the max allocation, isn't it? Because you only get them in units of 9? Yeah, in units of 9. So, so 36 is his max allocation of bikes. And then, add the War Boss on Bike, which I remember being a good model. I haven't actually revised the recent Forge World Imperial Armor Compendium version of the War Boss on Bike. I'm sure it's still very good because it certainly used to be. I mean, bikes are great, mate. They're a core choice, which is no bad thing.
Should we have a quick look at the stats? Warboss on bike.
Right, tell me about it.
115 points.
Ooh, not bad, not bad.
14-inch movement. Weapon
Strong.
skill 2+. Ballistic
Strong.
skill 5+. Strength 6. Toughness 7. 7 wounds. 5 attacks. Leadership 8. 4+ save. Armed with 2 Daka guns and a kill saw. And
Kill saw's okay for 115.
It can replace the kill saw for a big chopper or a power claw. He's got all the kind of standard rules that you would expect him to have.
Cool. So he's got here we go, wah, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Does he meet the criteria to do the speed war? I assume he'll do a speed
Yeah,
war.
he's got the speed war ability.
Gotcha.
He's got mob rule Daka breaking heads. Which is from the Death Killer Wartrike data sheet, and he's got here we go. And the speed freaks keyword.
I mean, sounds pretty good for 115. I mean, toughness 7 was that? Toughness 7?
Toughness 7, 7 wounds, which is pretty good. Weapon skill 3+.
It's like a flipping rhino.
Yeah, so a kill saw. So he's doing 5 attacks. Strength 6, which is actually strength 12 because it's times 2, minus 4 AP, 2 damage. It is -1 to hit, so that's hitting on 3s. But if he's armed with 2 kill saws, add 1 to the attack's characteristic.
Amazing.
I don't know how that's possible though. Maybe it can't be because it says this model's kill saw can be replaced with
that
one
might
of the
just
following.
be a generic kill saw rule.
Yeah, so he's got a kill saw and he can swap out the kill saw for something else, but he can't take 2.
Wasn't there? There was an ability that gave war bosses +1 to hit, right? I just can't remember what that was. We talked about it.
I think there was one for beast snaggers, which was plus.
Oh, it was a
one
beast snagger thing.
+1.
Anyway,
to
it doesn't
hit,
matter. Well,
yeah.
I'm pretty sure I remember us discussing that. But the point is that he's great, mate. I mean, it sounds like a lovely build. I mean, imagine the fun of having to wade your way through all of that because the regular bikers are toughness 6, right? So, yeah, it's like a more punchy, armored company.
I guess this is where I, eat my words. Where earlier I was like, I think speed freaks should just be going around shooting stuff. But if you're doing lots of war bikes and they're actually pretty close combat-y, that is where you could be quite disappointed that your speed ward doesn't give you, advance and charge. But when you've got 14-inch movement, it's like you maybe don't need it.
It's
maybe
quite
that's
abusive,
a bit too
right?
broken. Yeah,
exactly. You can't be putting it.
It's like you can't get an auto turn 1 charge. Oh dear.
I know, what a terrible shame. Oh no.
But turn 2, it's like you can just don't need to advance even turn 1 and you could still get a turn 2 charge in pretty comfortably.
Oh yeah, totally. Nice.
Next one. Hairless.
We're still going. We've been running this outro for 40 minutes. It's getting to the point where I'm like, Jesus.
Okay, right. There's one last one that I want to do from the Facebooks because I thought it was a really good one.
Let's have it.
Let me just get it up.
Okay.
With my big mob.
It's been a very crass episode, everybody. I apologize.
I mean, it's the most orky thing there.
Is that an orky thing? Is it?
I guess so.
That's what we're saying, and we're sticking to it. That's our story.
Okay, so here's a good one from Kiel, I think his name is Kiel. He says, are we supposed to use the new codex in tournaments, or do we have to keep using the old one until they release it for everyone? We have a local tournament coming up, and one of the Orc players has the new codex, but 2 of them don't. So I'm not sure how we should handle it.
Crikey, there is an interesting dilemma, isn't it?
And that is why I wanted to read it out.
Wow, yeah, so... Yeah, that's a really interesting problem. I mean, I guess you've just got to resign yourself to dealer's choice at this point, right? Like, until the Orc Codex is available to purchase in a more kind of widely available fashion, I think it's, for better or worse, reasonable to assert that people get to choose whether or not to use the old decks or the new decks. That is very strange.
So you saying if you've got the new codex, you can play the new codex, and if you haven't, you don't?
Yes, I suppose I am, but it's not an ideal solution, mate. But I just don't know how else you could do it.
Well, I see your point.
I
think in a kind of casual setting, probably yes. Like if you've got the new one, great, use it as per the letters of the law. That's fine.
Well, sure, it's not the law.
Well,
but
but
fine.
normally at a tournament they say a Games Workshop publication is totally valid as long as it's the latest one. I would say the precedent has been set that you don't, because Games Workshop announced that their first US Open tournament doesn't use the new Orc Codex because it's not out on general release. So they said for the sake of every. Yeah, that's how they've ruled. That's how they ruled it, and I think that's the most fairest option, both for.
I don't think that is fair though, because I think at the end of the day, if you've purchased the Orc Codex, you've more than likely also got some Beastnagger units that you might want to be experimenting with. So I don't think it's fair to those players to not be able to use something when they bought it.
I mean, that's the kicker, but you could say that about Be'lakor, because everyone had a Be'lakor. Well, not everyone, but people that bought Be'lakor had to sit on him for a few months until his new 40k.
Well, he didn't have rules. Yeah, he didn't have any rules. That's a different situation altogether, right? It's like, had a Be'lakor series of rules been released in a PDF or something, we wouldn't have prevented that from happening.
No, true. But okay, imagine this: you're a player at this tournament. My first game is with someone with the new Orc rules. My second game is someone with the old Orc rules, and then my next game is someone with the new Orc rules again. That is very confusing.
I mean, that's a heck of an arrangement.
That's a lot of Orc players. But even so, even if you just play against two people, one has the old codex, one has the new. That is very confusing for you to deal with as an opponent of an Orc player.
I don't feel like that's any more confusing than going between, a Space Marine army, an Admech army, and a Drakari army. You know what I mean? Like, it's just different armies. I don't need to worry about what they're doing. I just need to worry about what I'm doing. I need to worry about what those interactions are like. And yeah, okay, fair enough. In some instances, they will be able to use exploits and things that are more beneficial because of the older rules or because of the newer rules. But, as long as the individual clearly expresses it, I just think it is I think it's a unique set of circumstances, but I like to, in these situations, try and give people the benefit of the doubt. And I think the greater majority of players can and will be able to function with that distinction, as long as the players that are running new Orcs clearly dictate as such, and the old Orc players are clearly dictated as such. You need that clarity, but you don't need. It's the only area where it could be complex is if one of those individuals running old Orcs or new Orcs is trying to pull a fast one and do stuff that is not any longer relevant in the book that they have chosen to use. And that is more on them as players to behave appropriately than it is on the TO to try and, police. And I think that's the thing. It's like, as long as the people playing these Orc armies are behaving appropriately and not, taking the mickey, then I think it's fair enough. I think the problem arises when, I think the way that maybe ruling it the other way, saying, oh, you can't use it, it kind of, I don't know, it just sort of feels like we're being a bit too unfair. But
I think it's fairer for the majority of people, but at the same time it's not fair for those players that have got the Beastnagger box, that have got the new rules and have new models that want to play with them, because ultimately they've paid for them. They should be able to run them. I'd feel quite sad though if you have a new Orc player versus an old Orc player and they're fighting off against each other, and the old Orc player's like, oh, I've only got toughness 4 Orcs, and the other one's like, yeah, mine are all toughness 5, thanks. I sort of feel like you could have some sort of bad feels in that sort of matchup, for example. But yeah, ultimately it's like, on my kind of more casual hat, I'm like, yeah, do whatever. If you've got the new one, just play the new one. It's, as you say, it's not really a big deal, but I could sort of see that in the interest of fairness, you might go, okay, well, we won't run that book because it's not widely available for everyone. I mean, on another level, you could say, non-orc players don't really have access to that book to learn the rules, so they might be, and because they're not widely available, you can't purchase one easily because it's to that limited edition box. So if you're the sort of person like you, Dan, who collects every single codex because you want to learn what your opponent's going to be doing, you can't do that because you won't easily be able to have got your hands on a copy of that book.
But I did.
Well, you did by some rare exception where you met someone that had bought 2 boxes and they had a spare codex.
Yes.
So you're like, I'm good, so I don't care.
It's not that I don't care. I'm just saying that it, to me, again, I just don't feel like penalizing people or telling them that they can't use something is unfair.
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
And
enough.
I think letting both people play is fair. Now, okay, you could extend that argument and go, well, then, Dan, why can't I turn up and use my 8th edition Elder Codex? I mean, admittedly, that's exactly what you're doing right now. So let's change that there. Dan, why can't I use my 8th edition 2019 Space Marine supplements? Oh, you can. Hang on. I'll get there. Why can't I use my 2018 Necron Codex? To which I imagine most people are like, go nuts, mate. It's terrible. Feel free. But the point is there are lines in the sand, right? And I get it. But this is one of those unique circumstances where not everyone got the same opportunity and it's not widely available. So I think, unfortunately, you've just got to cater for both. Because people who didn't get it are frustrated that they have to be in a situation where they can potentially not play. And then people who got it are potentially frustrated because they're in a position they can not play.
And I mean...
You don't know. An orc player might have only just become an orc player. Like, they might have... Because the Beast Snaggers got teased, 3-4 months ago?
Something like that, yeah.
So this person might have gone out and bought loads of orc stuff in preparation, started building loads of minis, having a laugh, creating stuff, going, can't wait for the new orc decks. Got my new orc decks, I'm going to go to an event. No, you can't, mate, because you can't use that book. Oh, okay, well I don't have the old book.
Well, yeah,
you can't buy that either. I'm stuck in gaming purgatory. I can do neither.
Yeah, I mean, I think as a tournament organizer, as this person is potentially alluding that they are, the best thing to do maybe is actually ask your local community who's going to be attending, how many of them are orc players? How many of them are desperate to play with a new orc codex? Are there people that don't have a new orc codex, and therefore is it going to be unfair? Or, if there's only 1 or 2 players, I'd be like, just let them take whatever they've got, whether it's new or old, it doesn't matter. If you're doing like a 100-man tournament and there's going to be 20 orc players, then maybe you want to have a discussion. Either way, formalize it in your rules pack. Make it clear from the very beginning what your decision is, so people can live to deal with it from an early stage. You don't want them turning up on the day and then being told, actually, you can't take that.
Exactly.
Not that would happen, but just to be on the safe side.
I want to run my chapter approved. What were they called? No, indexes. That's what I want to run. I want to run my original 8th edition index army. That's what I'm...
the glory days of Krieg. Oh, yes.
The glory days. It's going to be great. Dude, I reckon that'll do, mate. That is us nearly talking for an extra hour on this topic. I apologise to anyone and everyone that we didn't get around to addressing who were generous enough to ask us questions. We'll do our utmost best to try and address these in future episodes, noting that we'll probably forget to do that. But, hey, the sentiment is there, if nothing else. Phil, what are we going to talk about next week?
Well, pre-orders for the Grey Knights and Thousand Suns will be happening this Saturday. So we're sort of at liberty to talk about whatever we want next week.
Can't wait.
But then it'll be
be.
Then it'll be back-to-back codexes.
Oh God!
Let us know in the comments what you want us to talk about.
Yeah, go on. Tell us what to talk about. That'll be fun. Please, we need ideas. We're running out. It's difficult doing these things weekly. Anyway, there you go, guys. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.